is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama.
Tonight, Detectives Are Not Always Right, an outstanding new mystery drama by George Batson. On the Hudson River, not far from New York, stands a century-old mansion, once the home of wealthy landowners and the scene of gay parties. Now, the setting for murder. Detectives Are Not Always Right. Act 1.
Why, Louisa, missing the last dance?
Oh, Martha, I simply had to steer away. My feet, my dear. All those dances with David's future father-in-law. I laughed at all his jokes and spent the entire evening talking nothing but tobacco.
I'm sure he loved that, especially since he's in textiles.
Oh, well, does it matter? They're both so southern. Celia has handled the evening magnificently, don't you think?
She always does. She adores to entertain, to play queen of our little set. The decaying Dutch aristocrats of the Hudson.
Martha, you don't think it could be a question of Mr. Kilburn's financial status? This engagement, I mean. You know, it must be so difficult for dear Celia, the carrying on of this enormous old house.
Oh, here you are. Your car's outside, Louisa.
Oh, thank you, David. Oh, dear, now where are my shoes?
How about a brandy?
Why not?
Louisa?
No, dear, no, thank you. I swear from now on I shall always buy my right size in shoes. Well, I mustn't keep that driver waiting. I'll get my things.
David, is anything wrong?
Wrong? No, I'm just on edge.
Well, I'd better get my wrap. And as host, shouldn't you be helping your mother with any straggling guests?
Suppose I should. But they're all so dreary.
Come along, dear.
I'm sorry, Aunt Martha, I've no patience with them.
Hello? Give me 047, please. No? Okay, thanks.
Join me in a drink, Kathy?
Well, and may I ask when the Grangers asked their chauffeur to the party?
None of your business. Damn. One of the young master's paintings.
Leave that alone.
Well, by all that's... This is you.
Put it down, I tell you.
It sure looks as though his nibs got to first base.
That's not true. I only posed for the face.
I'll bet his mother doesn't know about this.
Oh.
So this is why you've been so busy nights. Wasn't that way when you first came here to work?
What if I did pose for it?
Kathy, have a little ride later. It's been a long time. I'm suddenly aware...
No, I don't think so. In the first place, you've been drinking.
What's the second place? You got a date?
What if I have?
Come on, this shindig's breaking up.
Well, I won't stay late.
We'll decide about that later.
And for your information, I'm only going with you because somebody needs a lesson.
One of those yokels from the village? You're wasting your time.
Oh, no, I'm not. Don't worry about me. I've got my plans.
I'll be over in the garage waiting.
Maybe I'll come.
You'd better, gorgeous. There's some lost time I've got to make up.
Hello? 047, please. Okay, thanks. You'll learn. Oh, Mr. David.
Hello, Kathy.
Did you enjoy your party, Mr. David?
The Spencers and Mrs. Cortland and the Pettigrew's? God forbid.
Your fiancée's awfully pretty.
Think so?
Of course, a girl like that could get any person she wanted. Mr. David, about the picture, my portrait. It gave me an awful jolt just being left there like that.
I'll finish it soon, then you can have it. You're a lovely model, Kathy.
You're really so talented. It seems a shame you can't paint for a living.
It'll take years of study. Anyway, plans have been made. I'm going to be a big textile merchant down where the mint tulips grow.
You don't have many young friends, do you?
Don't forget I've had to take things easy because of my health. At least Mother thought so. My young friends have drifted away.
It takes young people to understand each other.
Kathy, how about going out with me later?
But
I need to talk to someone. Just as you said, someone young.
Pardon me, David.
Oh, yes, Aunt Martha.
My evening back. Oh, yes, here it is. I keep leaving it everywhere.
Suppose she heard?
Doesn't matter if she did, no, Aunt Martha.
But if your mother...
Please meet me later, Kathy. Let's say in half an hour. I'll meet you in the garage.
Oh, no. No, not the garage. Suppose you pick me up just on the other side of the gate. I'll see your headlights.
Thank you, Kathy. Thanks so much.
Kathy?
Yes, Mrs. Granger?
Will you see where Mrs. Hamilton is? She's not in the kitchen. I've rung her room.
Yes, Mrs. Granger. Right away.
David, don't you feel well?
Oh, just another of those sudden headaches.
Oh, you haven't had one for so long. Dr. Peters thought you looked so well tonight.
It isn't too bad, Celia. I think I might go out for some fresh air.
Well, too much excitement, that's what it is. But I think it's been a most successful evening. Oh, I must say I'm glad I won't be seeing too much of Mr. Kilburn.
That pleasure's reserved for me.
Well, dear, you would go and fall in love with his daughter.
Celia, I'd like to talk about that.
I'm finally ready to go. Oh, David, I'm thrilled about your engagement. But the thought just struck me. When you go off to the south, poor Celia will be all alone in this great barn of a house.
Can you imagine Mother anywhere else?
No. Why should I? It's her home. And the memories. Celia, tonight it was like the old days. I kept remembering your engagement party. Watching David tonight, I had to convince myself that it wasn't years ago and he wasn't but. He is so like his father, isn't he?
Yes, Louisa, very much like him.
And I think that the poor boy wasn't much older than David when he was... when he died.
Is Louisa being morbid?
Oh, I mustn't be, must I, on such a joyous occasion. And I mustn't keep my driver waiting any longer. Martha, dear, would you like a lift?
No, thanks. I have my car.
Very well. Thank you, Celia. David, don't bother to show me out. I'll see you again soon, darling.
Oh, good.
Now, David, Louisa's all right.
She's a museum piece like them all. Oh, Aunt Martha, this archaic little circle. And Celia's become as buried as the rest of them.
Oh, David, dear, not tonight. I'm so awfully tired.
How can this place, these people, mean so much to you? How can you stay in this mausoleum year after year?
I like these people. They're my people. I love it here where I was so happy with your father. Perhaps you're not so much like him after all, or you'd understand.
You know what I think, Celia? Because this place was Bart's life, you've taken a stand like the last of the Mohicans. My girl, you've got the darndest skill complex.
Well, at least this analysis is free.
Well, maybe it's the brandy. But when I think of the gay, alive Celia Brunswick, just look at her now. Content with a garden, her residence, and her memories. Every night climbing up on a ladder to Bart's portrait and polishing his invisible halo.
Yes, dear. It's the brandy.
I remember when we made our debut together. But she was always the glamorous one, David. Then there's one thing I beat her at. I've had 3 husbands and got rid of the lot. Although why you never married again, Celia,
Because I've never met another man like Bart.
Oh, well, it's time for me to go.
It's very black out, Martha. You know your eyesight. You ought to stop being vain and wear glasses.
Oh, don't be silly. I read somewhere that short-sightedness gives you sex appeal.
Well, we'd better have Marino drive you home in our car.
Oh, again? I've borrowed him so much lately, the handsome brute will think he's working for me.
I'm sure you'll find it more lively. Come along. We'll go and tell him he's driving with her.
Oh, I'm glad they've all gone. I think I'll go to bed.
You do look tired, darling. I'd forget about that fresh air.
You coming up, Celia?
In a minute. I'll look in on you later.
No, don't bother. I mean, if I do get to sleep, you might wake me. Good night, Celia.
Good night, dear.
Good night.
Mrs. Granger,
Yes, Kathy? Oh, what about Mrs. Hamilton?
she's had an accident. She fell or something and hurt her arm. And she says she'll be all right if she can just rest.
No.
It's not serious. She said not to worry. Will that be all, Mrs. Granger?
No, as a matter of fact, it isn't. Kathy, I've been thinking this can't be a very pleasant job for you. You're so far away from things up here on the river. It doesn't seem fair to a girl as young as you.
Oh, I find lots to do, Mrs. Granger.
Yes, I'm sure you do. I'm also sure you'd be much happier working somewhere else.
But
I've decided I prefer an older woman, one who wasn't so obviously restless.
I'm a little too young and pretty, isn't that it?
Your looks have nothing to do with it. I'd prefer an older woman, that's all.
Sure, one Mr. David won't be making up to. You think your son won't marry Miss Kilburn if there are other complications? Well, he's not so hot for the idea anyway.
I'll give you 2 weeks' wages, and you will leave tomorrow, Kathy.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. But what's to prevent me from still seeing your son? What's to prevent me from seeing a lot of him? Because he sure likes to see me.
Will you please leave this room?
That's why you're marrying your son off. Everybody knows it. But the Kilburns don't. Not yet.
I had no idea you were mentally ill. When you leave tomorrow, I suggest you consult a physician. Good night.
Maybe I've already seen a doctor.
Oh, thank heaven you've got over here at last. The detective's been at me. Mrs. Hamilton, he's been saying, where's Marino? Where's the chauffeur?
I had to get dressed, didn't I?
I still can't believe it. That poor, poor kid. It's horrible. Oh, what a morning to wake up to.
Relax, will you? She's dead, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, where were you last night?
Wherever it was, don't you wish you'd been along? What are you crying about? You didn't like Kathy. I could hear you rowing clear over to the garage last night.
It wasn't a row. I scolded her for not drying the glasses properly, that's all.
Last night was your night for picking fights, wasn't it? You've got a sore arm to show for it.
You shouldn't have done it, Earl. You almost broke my wrist.
Well, you should know better than to pick on me when I'm drinking. Anyone would think we were married.
Oh, you don't know anything about it.
What do you mean?
No, she'd tell me how you pestered her. She said you kept after her all the time.
She didn't tell you I pestered her last night, did she?
No,
Then remember that if the cops ask you.
Do you think for 1 minute I'd do anything to hurt you? In spite of the way you've treated me since she's been here.
What's the detective like?
Oh, he seems all right. Not the kind you see in the movies, I mean. Doesn't keep his hat on. He doesn't smoke cigars.
I don't wear a hat, Mrs. Hamilton, and I smoke cigarettes. But only when I'm bothered about something. You're Marino.
That's right.
I'm Carlton, County Homicide. Mrs. Granger will be down shortly, Mrs. Hamilton?
Yes, sir. She said right away. She said she'd call Mr. Granger.
It was you that Mr. McWatters awoke, wasn't it, Mrs. Hamilton? Isn't that what you told me earlier?
Yes, when he was delivering the milk about 5:30. I heard him banging on the door. He said she was lying in a heap down by the gate, all smashed. I went to Mrs. Granger's room. She wasn't asleep, so I just knocked lightly.
How did you know she wasn't asleep?
Her light was on. I could see it under the door.
You heard nothing at all during the night?
Well...
Go on.
About 11:30, I did hear a car going out of the garage.
That was me.
Did you hear a car come back, Mrs. Hamilton?
No. When I got to sleep, I slept soundly.
Did yes, Miss Moore. Did she have many friends? In particular, men friends?
I don't think so. I don't think any particular one.
Nobody in the village?
Well, she did a few times with someone, but she didn't tell me who he was.
Any idea where he lived or where he worked?
No. And if ever she telephoned him or anybody else and I was around, she'd come in here and use this phone. Even though Mrs. Granger wouldn't have liked it. Once I picked up the extension by mistake and heard her talking real sweet to someone.
But you didn't hear any name?
No, I hung up right away. But I knew she was talking to a man.
Well, that'll be all for now, Mrs. Hamilton.
Thank you, sir.
You went out about 11:30, Marino.
Yes, I drove Mrs. Brand home. She was afraid of that fog.
And you came back here?
No. You see, I ran out of liquor. I know of a place in Kingsville where I can get it.
We'll have to know where you were. What time did you get back?
Oh, I'd say about 4.
You didn't see Miss Moore?
No, but I wouldn't have. It was pitch black.
Had you ever gone out with Miss Moore?
No, never. You see, I got a girl in the village.
And you were with her last night?
Yeah, sure.
What's her name?
Rose Coonan, 68 Mill Street.
All right, Marino. That's all for now.
Thanks.
Don't leave the place for a while.
Don't leave. Okay.
A photograph. Celia Granger.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Granger. I'm Dan Carlin, County Homicide.
This has been a dreadful shock. You're sure it was murder?
Sure.
I thought perhaps a hit-and-run driver.
She was inside the gate, and her head had been struck with a rock. She also had this scarf wrapped round her throat. Mrs. Hamilton said it had been yours.
Yes. I gave it to Kathy.
You don't remember me, do you, Mrs. Granger?
Remember? No, I'm afraid I don't.
No, of course you wouldn't. It goes back many years. Back to the days when you were living in the old house on King's Point. You used to borrow my bicycle.
Then you were...
Yes, I was the grocer's delivery boy after school.
Why, yes, I do recall, but I saw you very seldom.
I got a better job with a tailor. I don't know why I'm bringing this up. Let's get back to business.
You were looking at my photograph when I came in, weren't you?
Yes, yes, I was.
Celia?
Oh, come in, dear. David, this is Mr. Carlin. He's from the police. My son, David.
Oh. How do you do? I need a shot of brandy. Don't get the idea that I start every day this way.
Well, this is an unusual day, I'm sure, for all of us. Mr. Granger, did you know about any plans Miss Moore might have had for last night, for after the party?
I? No. What makes you ask that?
I thought possibly she might have said something.
She never confided in me about her dates. I did come in here while she was tidying up. That was all.
Now, that was the last you saw of her?
Yes.
Very well. Now, I must be getting back to the village. I want to check the coroner's report. I'm afraid I'll be a bit of a nuisance around here for the next few days, but there's nothing I can do about it.
I regret the circumstances, but I have been glad to see you again.
Thank you, Mrs. Granger. Goodbye, Mr. Granger.
Goodbye. He's hardly what you'd expect a hit detective to be.
But there were moments when he was still the grocer's boy.
The what?
When I was a little girl, I used to get anonymous valentines, all lace and hearts. And now, after all these years, I think I know who sent them.
You mean...
I wonder if he's still sentimental. Seems so quixotic in a detective. Oh, David, I take it easy. Brandy isn't the best thing for your heart.
I've got to get through this day somehow.
Oh, you can't let this upset you so. It's frightful, of course, but... Oh, thank heavens it wasn't one of us.
Don't you mean, thank heaven it's Kathy?
David, you'd never gone out with her.
No. Why?
You did say you might go out for some air. You could have seen her accidentally.
I didn't go out. No, Celia, I wasn't carrying on with Kathy. Of course, she did pose for this portrait.
Oh, David.
She only posed for the head. You see, it's a copy of a Renoir nude.
Has anybody else seen it?
Eunice saw it last night.
And Eunice believed Kathy had posed only for the head.
Why not? It's the truth.
Darling, you're about to marry an exceedingly trusting girl.
Let's forget about it. Nobody else has seen it, so how can it possibly matter?
Since nobody else has seen it, it won't matter. Now, let's attend to the newspaper men. They're waiting outside. Will you go and show them in?
Yes, of course.
No. Nobody will ever see it. Never, never, never. How fortunate that it's winter. Burns quite quickly. So you're the girl from Miss Hopper's employment agency?
Yes. Nora Taylor's my name. I have the introduction here
I can't understand, Miss Harper. I told her I wanted an older woman.
I have some excellent references.
Oh, it isn't that. I don't believe you'd like it here. You're young, you're pretty. You'd find it much too quiet. All the others have.
But I like the quiet.
You don't know the trouble of breaking in a girl and then having her leave.
But I won't leave. Just because your last
Did
girl
Miss
left...
Harper tell you about the last girl?
No.
The last girl was found murdered 2 days ago, just inside the front gate. The murderer hasn't been caught. There's a great deal of uneasiness in the village.
Those things don't happen twice, Mrs. Granger. Anyway, I'm not afraid.
You don't seem the servant type, Miss Taylor.
Won't you at least see my references?
I'm sure they're excellent, but... no. Marino will drive you back to the station. There's a train soon. Naturally, I shall insist upon paying for your ticket. Oh, David, this is Miss Taylor.
Oh?
She was sent by Miss Harper.
That was quick. How do you do?
This is my son.
How do you do, Mr. Granger? Then if you've decided, Mrs. Granger, I'd better go back to the station.
Go back?
I've explained to Miss Taylor that I want someone older.
Why do we have to have someone older?
Because the young girls never stay.
How do you feel, Miss Taylor? Think you'd like it here?
I feel certain I would, Mr. Granger.
Well, shouldn't we let her find out for herself? She's come quite a distance.
If only you'd give me a trial, Mrs. Granger. Oh, it's not right appealing to your sympathy, but I do need a job so badly.
There's a storm coming. We can't send you back in that. What do you say, Celia, eh? Any reason why we shouldn't give her a trial?
But, David,
After all, we do need someone.
Very well, Nora. We'll give you a trial, for a few days anyway. I'll ring for Mrs. Hamilton, have her show you to your room. She'll explain your duties.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Granger.
You're very welcome.
Yes, Mrs. Granger?
Oh, Mrs. Hamilton, Nora is staying for the time being. Will you show her to her room?
Yes. Yes, certainly, Mrs. Granger. Just follow me.
Thank you.
I'd quite made up my mind it would be the best not to keep her.
Because she is attractive.
I wanted to avoid any repetition of the painting episode.
There won't be, Celia. I promise you.
Thank you, David.
Celia, I want to talk to you about something. It's about Eunice.
Well?
I'm beginning to realize what life with her and her father will be like.
Awfully comfortable and secure.
Mother, you might as well know. I've decided not to marry her.
What's brought on this sudden change of heart?
This thing that's happened, it shocked some sense into me. It cleared my vision. I just can't go through with it. Must have been out of my head.
Of course, if you feel that way, there's nothing more to be said.
Except that if I marry Eunice, we'll have enough money to keep this place, won't we? With me a textile executive.
Don't be ridiculous. That doesn't enter into it, and you know it.
But we are broke, aren't we?
Yes.
And we would be able to keep this place.
Yes.
You feel you have quite an obligation to all this, don't you, Celia?
Yes, David, I do. Because of your father. This house represents him, his tradition. To me, it's a trust. That's why I've struggled so to keep it. And since his death, my first obligation has been to you. That's how I've justified everything I've done. Your happiness, your well-being come first. Am I wrong or strange wanting that?
No, you're right, Celia. This is just nerves. Of course I want to marry Eunice. Besides, who else is there to marry?
She loves you, David, and you're not strong. She'll look after you. You'll be set for the rest of your life.
I wish I could be allowed to look after myself, and I wish I could plan my own life, and I wish that I could... Sorry, Celia. These nerves again. Well, I'll go and write to her. Oh, by the way, have you seen that painting of Kathy?
Yes, I have. I destroyed it.
Oh.
You do understand. Because of its implications, Colin might have thought...
That Kathy and I were having an affair, and for some reason I killed her?
David, did you know Kathy was expecting a child?
No.
Colin told me. They found out when they performed the autopsy. So I think it's just as well, dear, that I did destroy the painting.
Yes, Celia, you're right. You usually are.
What is it, Marino? I told you were free for the evening.
That's right, Mrs. Granger. But then the question always comes up, what to do on a free evening.
Well, what do you want?
You know, you're a proud woman, Mrs. Granger. I think I read somewhere that could be a weakness. You're a good-looking dame, too.
Get out of this room at once.
Real shame you shut yourself off like this.
You're through at the end of this week.
Oh, no, I'm not. You see, I've got something to sell you.
Sell me?
Yeah, it's about that painting. The one of Kathy. You know, the one your son did.
You want to sell me that painting?
Now, how could I do that, Mrs. Granger, when you've destroyed it? Don't forget, I do a lot of work in the garden. I can see right in here. Yeah, your son will have to explain an awful lot if the police hear about it.
That painting was done from imagination.
But who's going to believe that? Besides, he and Kathy have been out several times. He was waiting for her just outside the gate the night she was killed. You didn't know that, did you? I saw her get into his car.
I don't believe
She
you.
stood me up. She was going out with him instead. And with a girl like Kathy, why should the picture be from imagination? She was awfully available, if you know what I mean. And then, too, you're destroying it. You'd have to explain that.
The picture has been destroyed. We can deny there ever was any picture.
The picture was partly destroyed. It wasn't burnt entirely.
What?
Don't forget, I also empty the fireplaces. That part's what I got to sell you.
How much do you want?
Well, knowing you're kind of strapped right now, I'll be sensible. Suppose we start at, say, 250.
All right. As long as you leave here at once.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I like it here. I like you, too. And now that we're sharing a secret, maybe we'll get better acquainted.
Yeah. I shouldn't have done that. It puts me on your level.
Make it cash. I'll be seeing you around. Afternoon, Mr. Granger.
Celia, what did he want?
He was making a clumsy attempt at blackmail.
What? What? I'll go out there
No,
and
David. It should be very easy to cope with Mr. Marino.
Detectives are not always right. Act 2.
Come inside, Martha. It's getting too cold for the garden.
Well, now you can put those evil-looking things down.
What? There she is.
Celia, that new maid of yours, you think that's wise?
Nora?
She's awfully pretty, isn't she, bait for the killer?
I feel certain the killer has picked up his tent and moved away.
I saw David with her as I arrived today.
Really?
Incidentally, your mail hadn't been picked up from the post office.
Oh, thank you. Reno should have gone in for it. I'll glance through it if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm. That Carlin man came around this afternoon.
I suspected you had something to tell me.
Well, the questions he asked, I didn't like it. Seemed to be prying. I tried to get angry, but he is so unreasonably attractive.
And it is his job, asking questions.
Except that some of them had no bearing on the crime. I mean, what business is of his whether or not there have been any men in your life since birth?
Oh.
You know, the poor devil has a most awful crush on you.
What else did he ask?
Why do you lead this quiet life? Why do people so seldom see you? I said you were still brooding over Bart's death, still in love with him for all I knew. I also said that you blame yourself for his death, and since he was so full of worship of his ancestors in this house, you felt you were making it up to him. And he knew about your singing in that club. I should have told him the only reason you were doing that was because the Granger Castle was toppling down around your heads and that your husband was too proud to go to work.
Bart had no preparation. The stock market crash in 29 knocked his world from under him.
He was a very young man. He could have...
How different he was from other men.
Well, more handsome, perhaps, if you can afford well-dressed grasshoppers.
That's right, Martha. You did find him very handsome, didn't you? And you could have afforded him. See the shame.
Celia, I didn't have a chance with you around. Well, I mean, all of us had a crush on him in those days. And all of us knew when he married it would be you.
Well, at least the others have forgiven me. What else didn't you tell Mr. Carlin?
Oh, not a thing about David. He beat about the bush, but I knew what he was driving at.
You might tell me.
Why was he a chaser after women, of course? I told him I'd never had an occasion to find out. After all, the boy called me Aunt Martha.
What he really was driving at was, were David and Kathy friends? Wasn't that it?
In general. And I kept remembering that Bart had the nerve of a temper. David could have inherited...
There's nothing unusual about David's temper.
There's headaches. What about them?
He hasn't had one in months.
What caused them?
Nerves. Lately I've begun to realize that they were probably brought on by his resentment of this place.
No, I'm sorry, Celia. I shouldn't talk like this. I'm just so rattled since this thing happened, and I can't forget that David did ask Kathy to go out with him that night.
What night?
The night she was killed. I'd forgotten my evening bag. I came in to get it, and they were making plans.
Well, you must be mistaken.
Well, I heard them, I tell you. Oh, I won't tell Carlin. What difference does it make? She was very pretty. He was only human. Well, Sidney, what is it you're as white as a sheet?
I'm all right. It's just this whole business has been such a strain.
I took it for granted he hadn't kept the date. I mean, he didn't go anywhere with her, did he?
I don't see how he could have. David and I were talking in here until 2:30 that night. Then I looked in on him a little later, and he was fast asleep.
Well, that would seem to take care of that, wouldn't it?
I told you the truth about that night, about Kathy.
You said you didn't leave the house that night.
I didn't. Nor do I have to repeat and repeat. If Colin thinks I did it, why doesn't he come right out and arrest me?
Oh, it's suddenly very cold in here.
Celia, you don't think I killed Kathy, do you?
Why, how extraordinary. This letter, I can't make it out.
Oh, what is it?
It's from the Harper Employment Agency. It says, they regret being unable to find a suitable servant immediately, but will notify me as soon as they do.
What? Oh, I don't get it. Laura said they'd sent her. Didn't she have a slip from them?
As a matter of fact, she didn't show me anything. Yes, she said she had the introduction someplace, and I told her not to trouble. David, who do you think did send her?
Don't you think maybe your friend Carlin?
A girl like that? The police?
Of course a girl like that. Complete with sob story to throw us off the track.
I'm going to call her in here and demand the truth. No, perhaps that wouldn't be wise. Especially if you're right. Things have got to go on as if we didn't know. She's got to see that we have nothing to hide. At least until we do find out why she's here.
Again, you're right, Celia. I won't let on.
Oh, here's Mr. Carlin. Come in, Mr. Carlin.
Hello, Mr. Granger.
Oh, hello. Excuse me, I'll put these shears away, Mother.
He means a lot to you, doesn't he?
Of course.
Because of your husband, maybe? Mrs. Brand said you had some notion that you were responsible for your husband's death.
Yes, I'm sure she did.
But she didn't tell me why.
That surprises me. Oh, it's no great mystery. You see, Bart and I had lost nearly everything. I was trying to help. I had one asset, social position. Meant a lot in those days. I endorsed cold cream, cigarettes. Finally, even sang in a nightclub. Bart resented all these things. Seemed almost jealous of them. The night he was killed, we'd had a quarrel, a violent quarrel, saying ugly things, hurting each other the way you can hurt only someone you love. I should never have gone to New York that night.
Why do you say that?
He was speeding in to find me when it happened. We never could be angry with each other for long. When I finally saw him, it was as though he'd been hanging on until I could get there. But he managed to look up at me and whisper that he was sorry and he loved me. Oh, I wish I had that night to live over.
Well, no matter where he was going, it was an accident. The car overturned.
I've told myself that 100 times. It can't wipe out the memory.
You need someone else to tell you. To make you forget.
Oh, well, things have a way of working themselves out.
Oh, no, Mrs. Granger. We've got to work things out ourselves. I'm sorry. Where do I get my nerve telling people how to run their lives? Anyway, that isn't why I'm here. It's about your chauffeur, Marino.
Marino? Yes, I sent for you about Marino.
I think he's our man. Some things have turned up. He has a prison record, number 1. He served time for assault, a girl. Lately he's been going with a woman in the village. She's broken with him because he's beaten her up a few times. She was his alibi the night of the murder.
Was his alibi?
She's changed her tune. She now says she didn't see him at all that night.
I sent for you because he's been threatening me. Vague, absurd threats. He said he'd make trouble for David and me. I don't know what he planned to do. Then he tried to make love to me.
You should have sent for me immediately. Where is he now?
I sent him into the village just a few moments ago.
Well, we'll pick him up, so there's no need to worry.
You've been very kind. If this does close the case, I want you to know how much I've appreciated your consideration.
Well, just routine, Mrs. Granger. And I want you to know that, regardless of the grim circumstances, how pleasant it's been meeting you again. You did mean it when you said you remembered me.
How could I forget? Bicycle rides were a great event. I'm a little sorry without growing them.
Not half so sorry as I am.
It's not fair. I get the impression you know so much about me, and I know nothing at all about you.
Me? I'm just the guy from the other side of the tracks, 30 years later.
There's more to you than that, Mr. Dan Carlin.
Maybe it's my determination to cross those tracks, the quickest way. Oh, no comfortable in-between spot will do. I want the heights. Up here with people like you. All or nothing. I've got a wall to knock down.
A wall?
There's always been a wall between me and the things I've wanted.
Mr. Carlin, you've never married.
No.
Don't women fit into this plan of yours?
Oh, there have been women, but not the woman. You see, I've got my eye on the heights there, too. Well, I'd better be running along.
Goodbye, then.
It's funny how things turn out. Years ago, I used to think of you as the princess in the tower, and I was your knight, hell-bent on saving you from wicked old King John. Oh, damn it, I suppose you've got to be told, sooner or later. I used to send you valentines. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dan Carlin.
Pardon me, Mrs. Granger.
Yes, Mrs. Hamilton?
What time shall we be having dinner?
Oh, about 7, I think.
Very well, ma'am.
Tell me, how is Nora working out?
So far, I've got no complaints. And she's not sneaking in here to the phone all the time. But...
Yes, what is it?
It's Marino. You know how he gets with all of them. The pretty ones, anyway. I was thinking maybe if this time you warned him ahead of time, well, maybe he'd leave this one alone.
Don't worry about Marino, Mrs. Hamilton. I don't believe any of us will be having any more trouble with him. Who is it? What do you want, Marino? What's the matter, man? What do you want?
Back. My back.
What? darling, I thought you were going to get some sleep.
How do you expect me to sleep or rest? I know it's more than 24 hours since Marino. Have you seen what the papers are saying about us tonight?
Poor Dan Carlin. According to them, I've either bought him off or bewildered him with my particular sorcery.
It's a good thing nobody knows Marino was trying to blackmail us.
Carlin does. I told him yesterday afternoon.
Why did you do that?
I had to. He was going to arrest Marino. I knew he'd talk. I had to protect you.
That's all you ever think of, protecting me. Celia, there's something I'm going to tell you.
Is there, David?
Kathy and I did go out that night. I realized what a mistake it was to marry Eunice. I had to talk to someone who was sympathetic, who'd listen and understand.
That's where I let you down, isn't it?
It isn't your fault, Celia.
You don't have to tell this at the inquest. Nobody saw you. Marino said he did, but he can't do any harm.
Somebody did see us. Someone else.
David!
It was almost 3 when Kathy and I got back. Before we came to the gate, my lights picked up the outline of a car, parked on the other side of the road. I couldn't make out anything but the outline in the fog. But Kathy knew who it was.
Did she tell you?
No, she just said, "Oh, so we came after all." And when I asked if she wanted to get out and talk to him, she said no. But he had to be taught he couldn't treat her like dirt. That he could stay there all night for all she cared. But, well, I've been afraid to tell anyone.
Oh, that could be my fault. I'm to blame for so much, trying to force a way of living upon you. I thought it was the right one. Now I see that it hasn't been right, not even for me. Useless living for the dead when there's so much else. You once asked for your life to live, David. Well, finally, it's yours.
And you agree that tomorrow I must tell about that night?
Of course you must. In the meantime, your mother shall be playing detective. David, look at this scribbling on the telephone pad and this number here. Does it mean anything to you?
Why, no. What's it all about, Celia?
It's a number Kathy wrote on the pad. I don't know what it's about, but I'm going to find out.
But how...
Darling, Mrs. Hamilton wants to go into the village. Would you run her in, please?
Yes, all right, Celia.
Now. Hello? Hello. Operator, is there any way you can tell me whose number 047 is? There isn't. Well, would you give me that number, please? Yes, 047. Hello? Is Mrs. Johnson there? Why, what number is this, please? Hello? Hello? Oh, no. No.
Mr. Granger, will you want anything more tonight?
No, thank you, Nora.
Do you think your mother would?
No, I don't think so. Go to bed if you want to.
Well, I didn't get much sleep last night.
Worried about the murderer, Nora? Any ideas who it might be?
No. But I knew nothing about either of the people who were killed.
I suppose the murderer could be any one of us. People are so seldom what they seem, even you. You appear young and timid and so very appealing, but I wonder, couldn't that too be a disguise? Some sort of shabby deception?
Then you've known about me.
A letter came from the employment agency yesterday, saying they were sorry they hadn't been able to send anyone. But what the devil are you? A policewoman? Someone from a newspaper?
Oh, just someone desperate, that's all. I was at the agency when they were interviewing people. Miss Harper said I was too young. I was so anxious to get away from the city, I decided just to come anyway to pretend.
Why were you so anxious to get away? A man?
I didn't want to see him anymore. And he wouldn't leave me alone. Oh, it was my fault. I pretended I liked him. I'd been in that orphanage, as I told you. Then one dreary job after another. I thought a little security, some comfort and affection would be worth... I'll tell your mother in the morning. Then I'll clear out.
Nora.
Yes?
Talk to Mother in the morning, but I don't believe there'll be any question of your leaving, if you still want to stay.
I still want to stay.
Good. Perhaps we can make up to you for some of the bad things you've had in your life. Look, I have to go to the village and pick up Mrs. Hamilton. How about coming along for the ride, eh?
Should we leave your mother alone?
Oh, there's a policeman at the gate, and we'll be right back. You're good to get out of the house.
Yes, I'd very much like to go.
Good, then go and get your coat.
Yes.
I'll meet you at the garage. I'll go on down.
David? David? Oh. David, is that you?
No, it's me.
I thought I heard a car.
Well, not mine. I parked it down the road a bit. I wanted to walk, look around the grounds. You're looking very lovely tonight.
Thank you.
The crowd's been bothering you today?
There were people down by the gate. They only went when it got dark. I could sense their hostility. I've become a witch in a castle. You don't think I did it.
Well, next time your chauffeur gets murdered, see that you're a few miles away from the crime, not just a few feet.
Not very lucky in our murders, are we? How extraordinary that Kathy left no address book, no letter.
There was nothing. I went through her room myself.
Kathy did leave something.
Oh?
She'd known someone in the village. Someone in particular.
So far, he hasn't volunteered to identify himself.
That's why I think he's guilty. He has a telephone. Kathy called him often.
But how can we trace her call?
Very simple. You see, I had the number. She had a habit of scribbling while she used the phone in here. Among her scribbling, there was a number repeated.
Could be just the grocery store.
No, besides, in addition to the number, she wrote a name.
That makes it easier. Yes, I guess you do have something, Mrs. Granger. May I see the scribbling?
Here's the pad.
Thank you.
You should have looked at it before you threw it on the fire.
I know what it said.
I lied. There was no name.
It wouldn't have mattered, as long as the number was there. I figured something was up when you phoned earlier. I recognized your voice.
Why did you do it?
Kathy tried to latch onto me. She wanted security, respectability, and I was to be the fall guy. She knew I was ambitious and thought she'd go along for the ride. She told me about the baby. Said if she had to, she could prove it was mine if I didn't marry her.
Killing her.
I wasn't going through a life with her tied on my neck. But when I got this far, what place did she have in my scheme of things?
When you told me about your ambitions, I never dreamed you were...
Crazy? Go and say it. I don't mind. Because I'm not crazy. There's one straight line I'm following, right up out of the gutter. I'm knocking down that wall I told you about.
And Marino, why did you kill him?
Evidently he'd been playing around with her, too. He went to her room that morning before we got here. She did keep a diary. My name wasn't mentioned, just an initial. We found something I'd forgotten about, a snapshot taken in an amusement park the first night I'd gone out with her.
So he tried to blackmail you, too.
He hadn't left for town the other afternoon. When I found him in the garage and told him I was taking him in, he played his ace. I stabbed him with the shears. They deserved what they got, both of them.
How could you possibly expect to get away with this? You knew something would turn up, something that would destroy you, your ambition.
It hasn't destroyed me. Nothing can.
How can you avoid it?
By doing what I don't want to do. What has to be done?
Don't be ridiculous.
Oh, if only things had worked out with us.
David! David!
Your son's not here.
Nora!
The maid's not here either. She went out a while ago with your son. That was the car you heard. I was outside, waiting. You're all alone.
The policeman at the gate. He knows you're here.
No, he doesn't. I came by the path of the cliff. No, you don't. There was a place for you in my scheme of things. It could have been so right, you and me. I needed you. I've always needed you. But you're not even listening.
You don't care anything about me.
Celia, I've always loved you.
Another stepping stone.
Oh, don't you see? You've been part of the dream.
Dream? Yes, I've been in a dream, too. But I'm facing reality now, thanks to you. You had me fooled as you fooled everyone else. The self-made man with his rugged charm is going to find you very attractive.
I love you. You've got to believe
If
that.
you do, prove it. Go away. Give yourself up.
No, I'll never do that. I can't now. I am strong with the strength to see this through. I'm playing at the same. All or nothing. Like it's always been.
I tell you, your luck's run out. Don't be a fool. You'll never get away with it.
I can't stop now. I've gone too far to stop. Don't scream, please. Don't scream. It won't take long.
If you love me, how can you do this?
Because now you're just like them. You're in my way.
Celia! Are you all right?
David! You see, it is too late.
All right, Carly, all right. You better go quietly. Your policeman's all set to take you.
No, thanks. I'm going another way.
Colin, stay where you are. Don't run upstairs. It won't help.
Here. All or nothing.
Steady, Norma.
Oh, that window above the cliff!
Celia, are you all right?
Yes, David. I'm all right. All or nothing.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one started, strangely enough, with the flame of a match, whose feeble glow lit up a lightened face in the darkness. A frightened face, twisted by an agonizing fear of death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
The night is a thief, some poet once wrote, that steals the colors from the day. It's kind of pretty if you like words, but for my dough, they're not exactly true. Because there are colors at night. The burning red of passion, the angry green of jealousy, and the ugly, terrifying black of fear. This was one of those nights when pickings were slim. I'd cover the town from Henry's bar in the Mart, out to Hyler's on the North Shore, and back downtown again with nothing to show for it. I was taking a shortcut through Lincoln Park to pick up my car. At that time of night, the park was pretty deserted, except for this girl walking up ahead of me. Not a bad silhouette, I might add, against the distant light. We were about halfway through the park when suddenly she stopped and threw herself onto a bench at the side of the path. There was something almost desperate about the way she did it. I ran up to her. Excuse me, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Well, I thought maybe you were sick or something.
I told you I'm all right. Now, will you please let me alone?
Oh, now look, lady, it's not what you think. Well, this park at this time of night, it's no place for a girl to sit around by herself.
I don't need any help. Just go away.
Oh, sure, I'll get lost. I can see you're all right. Only you don't mind if I just sit here and smoke a cigarette before I go.
It's a public park. I don't care what you do.
Thank you. You care for a cigarette?
No.
Of course, in order to really enjoy a smoke, you've got to have a match first. I said in order to enjoy a smoke, you've got
I heard you. Here.
Thank you. Here.
Keep the book.
No, you better hang on to these.
I won't need them.
Well, you might need them later tonight.
After tonight, I won't need anything.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's no way to talk. The only time you're not going to need anything, sister, is after you're dead.
Why did you say that?
What?
That about being dead.
For no reason. Why?
Because after tonight, I will be.
The girl jumped up and started running. Here was a kid that was afraid. Afraid of death or afraid of life. But then, isn't everybody? I turned the matchbook over and looked at the ad on the cover. Penguin Club. A little all-night jump and jive place over on Clark Street. That's one I've been missing lately. On a hunch, I ambled up North Avenue in that general direction, turned up Clark a ways, and there it was. It was good to get inside out of that wind.
Check your hat and coat, mister?
No, thanks. I'm just looking around.
Can I get you a table? It's almost the end of the floor show.
Now, anywhere in the back will be all right.
Okay.
The hat check girl, hostess or whatever she was, walked me through the bar to the edge of the main room. And then I stopped and really did a take. Out in the middle of the dance floor, under a little baby spot, singing in front of a 5-piece band, was Little Miss Desperate from the park.
Nice voice, don't you think?
Yeah. Who is she?
Oh, that's Franny. Fran Fowler. Have you been in here before?
Not for quite a few months.
Of course, she hasn't got much experience yet.
From out of town,
Someplace over in Wisconsin. Not bad looking, huh?
In everything.
Hey, what's wrong with her?
Gee, I don't know.
I can't.
Well, how do you like that?
Come on, folks, come on. Let's give the little girl a great big hand. Nothing like a real sad song to light up a real sad act, especially for a real sad tomato type tomato. No. It's all in fun, so let's dance now. Come on, you lucky guys and girls. Get over here, move around. I figure you got some alive one, huh?
Hello, Tommy. This is Tommy Mason. Ain't he the one?
Yes, he's quite the one, all right.
Gee, Tommy, you sure covered up for Franny, all right.
Never let down. Keep 'em going all the time. That's show business. You know how it is, mister.
Oh, yes, I've heard. The show must go on. It's a new thing.
You gotta keep 'em laughing.
Yeah.
I was mysteries this way all the time. What a joker.
Now, look, about that girl.
Franny?
Yeah, Franny. What seems to be the trouble?
Well, that's hard to say, pal. Maybe she just found out she ain't no Dinah Shore, and she sure ain't.
Tommy, you kill me.
Seriously, fella, why would a girl break up that way in the middle of her number and start to cry?
Could be she got a cinder in her eye. But just to make sure, I'll go ask her.
See you later, Tommy. Come on, fella. How's about buying a girl a drink?
Oh, sure, in a minute. About this Franny.
Look, do we have to talk about her? I thought you came in here for some fun.
Maybe I get my fun wondering about people. What time's the next floor show?
Next one's at 2, then 4.
Oh, they're not kidding about this all-night business.
And still another one at daylight.
She's singing all of them?
How should I know? She missed most of the 12 o'clock show. Just got here for that last number.
Any idea where she lives?
The rooming house around on Erie Street.
No, the number?
391. You know you ask an awful lot of questions.
Well, that's my business. I'm a reporter, Randy Stone.
I might have known it. Look, you're not going to bother her tonight, are you? Of all nights?
Tonight?
This is the night that Charlie Dana's being executed down at Joliet.
What's that got to do with her?
Well, how would you feel? Look, Mr. Stone, she's human. This is the night her boyfriend's going to die.
I went up to the front of the bar to a phone booth and called the paper. There was something about this in the back of my mind somewhere, something I ought to remember but couldn't. I had the girl on the board put me through to Gabby in the library.
Library.
Oh, hello, Gabby. This is Randy.
Yeah, Randy?
What have you got on the Charlie Dana case?
Still a little early, Randy. Execution's not set until 1:30.
No, I mean old stuff.
Oh, I got the file right here, Randy. Dug it out earlier for background.
Good. Anything on a girl named Fran Fowler?
Yeah, let's see. Charlie Dana, small-time gambler, killed a guy named Tonelli.
Oh, yes. I remember that. A gambling beef.
Execution originally set for November, but he got a couple of months stay. Oh, here she is, Fran Fowler. Singer in a nightclub. Was Supposed to be his alibi, but the DA blew her up in the witness stand. She admitted she wasn't positive about when she'd been out with the guy.
Oh, yeah, that was it. I knew it was something. Anything more?
Oh, details, Randy, details.
Okay, Gabby, thanks. I'll catch up with you. Oh, Mason. Excuse me, were you waiting to use the phone?
No, I was waiting to talk to you.
Why, certainly, but this time, no jokes, if you don't mind. I'm expecting a headache.
You're not funny, Stone. Who are you talking to?
Well, isn't that kind of my business?
Peggy says you're a reporter.
Yes, of a sort.
You were asking about Fran, where she lived?
That's right.
You got to let her alone, see? You printed enough about her.
Just a minute, Mason. Those are my lapels that you're hanging on to.
Peggy shouldn't have given you Fran's address. I don't want you bothering her.
I said let go of my lapels, funny man, or something's liable to explode in your face. Now, you stay out of my way or I'll ruffle that shiny hair.
Where you going?
See about a cinder in a lady's eye.
You're not going to see her. I won't let you. Can't you see this whole thing's driving her crazy?
Tommy, believe me, I'm not interested in harming her or anyone. I'm just a guy trying to do a job. Now, if you'll step out of my way...
You're not going there. I won't let you. I won't let
Darling,
you.
if you ask for it... My, that's a real nervous fella. Now that he'd made such an issue out of it, going around to see Fran Fowler was a definite must on my schedule. I picked up my car and drove over to Erie Street. 391 wasn't much different from any of the rest of the rooming houses on the block. I got the number of her room from the mailbox and started down the dingy corridor to room 8. I knocked at the door, but there was no answer. I knocked again, and then I smelled gas. Hey, anyone in there? Miss Fowler! Fran! I put my shoulder to the door, and the flimsy lock snapped open. I rushed into the gas-filled room, holding my breath until I could smash open the window and let in some air. And then I saw Fran Fowler, the girl from the park, lying across the bed. And on the table beside her, one of those 2 burner gas stoves with both jets wide open. I turned them off and started shaking the girl. Miss Fowler, Franny, come on, get up. You got to get out of here. Look, am I going to have to carry you?
Put me down.
You little fool, this room is filled with gas.
Smell my purse.
Where?
On the table.
Okay, I've got it.
Oh.
Fine thing, with a gun in it.
Give that to me.
Outside, baby, outside. It was 6 seconds flat when we hit the sidewalk in the fresh air. I put Fran in the front seat of my car and then ran around and climbed in behind the wheel. I headed out to Sheridan Road along the lake. The cool, clean air felt good in my lungs, and I could see Fran drinking it in, realizing now how close she'd been. I didn't make her talk until we were a long way out of town. And I pulled over to the beach side of the road and killed my motor. We, seem to keep bumping into each other in the strangest places tonight.
I guess I should say thanks.
No, not at all. I'm the one who should say thanks. I still haven't returned your matches.
Please don't make fun of me.
No, I'm not. You see, I know now who you are.
Charlie Daney's girl. Why didn't you say it?
In my book, you're just a kid I met in the park.
What time is it?
It's 1:45.
Then...
Yes, it's probably all over by now. Like me to turn on the radio?
No. No, I don't want to hear about it.
You must love him an awful lot.
Love him? I despise him.
But still you were willing to alibi for him on a murder charge?
I wasn't. I told him I wasn't sure of the time I was out with him, but he made me say it was the exact hour when the man was killed.
Didn't you realize you might have been perjuring yourself?
I didn't lie. I just didn't remember. It might have been like he said. When you're not sure, what else can you do?
Yeah. How'd you happen to get mixed up with him?
I didn't know anybody when I first came here. I was lonesome.
And he was nice to you.
He was. A lot more decent than most of the men who want to take you out when you're working in a club.
And why do you hate him now?
I didn't know what he did. A lot of people gamble. I didn't think too much about it. Then we got to going out evenings between shows at the club on my nights off.
And the killing happened when you and he were supposed to have been out someplace together?
That's what he said. He wasn't arrested until a few weeks after the trouble. I couldn't remember if I'd been with him during that particular time or not.
Well, it's all over now. You did what you had to. That's about all any of us can do. But you got to forget about it. Put it out of your mind. There's nothing more to worry about.
Oh, that's just it. You don't understand. There is.
What are you talking about?
He promised. He promised, and I know he'll keep his promise.
Promised what?
I I went to see him in prison.
In the death house?
I had to. I wanted him to understand, but he said I tricked him.
What, by telling the truth on the witness stand?
He said I double-crossed him. But now he didn't care.
Why would he say that?
He said he didn't care because the night he died, I would die. And I'm afraid.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
This was real. This was no act. The sound she made would tear you to pieces, like some pitifully frightened animal who'd lost everything in the world. I let her cry it out. After all those months of strain, she'd have to get it out of her system.
He said the night he died, I'd die.
Sure. So you were scared. Who wouldn't be? But don't you see, that's just a cruel boast made by a cheap hoodlum who's trying to hurt you, make you feel responsible for his own plight.
But he meant it, I know he did.
Well, maybe he did at the time, but you got nothing to worry about now. You had nothing to do with it. He paid for his own crime. Now he's dead, and you're still alive.
He'll keep his promise.
How can he? He's dead.
I know you think I'm crazy.
No. But has anyone really tried to harm you?
Oh, but this wasn't the night he was supposed to.
Yes, I know. The execution was originally set for November.
It was that night in November. I hadn't been afraid before. I thought it was like you said, because it was bitter. But all that day I was upset. I told him at the club I couldn't work, and late in the afternoon I got a note from Peggy saying why didn't I go out to her cabin at the dunes for a couple of days. Nobody would bother me, no reporters, and I could get a good rest. So I drove out there that evening. It was quiet. Nothing around. Just empty sand dunes and her cabin all alone on the edge of the lake. I called Peggy at the club to let her know I got in all right.
Oh, hello, Fran. Where are you calling from?
Why, from your place.
My apartment?
No, your cabin.
At the dunes?
It was swell of you, Peggy, to let me come out here.
Well, of course, Franny. You're welcome to use the place, but I don't quite know what you mean.
Well, your note this afternoon telling me to come out here.
I didn't write you any note.
Oh, come on, Peggy. You did. You even told me where the key would be, under the flower pot.
But, kid, that's where we always keep it. Everybody knows that.
Peggy, I...
Now, don't worry about it, kid. One of the girls probably sent you the note and just hasn't had a chance to tell me about it yet. I should have thought of it myself in the first place.
No, wait, Peggy. I'm scared.
Well, what in the world of?
You remember what I told you about what Charlie said the last time I saw him? It was about tonight that he said when he died...
Cut it, Franny. Now cut it before you drag yourself back.
Peggy, I'm all alone and I'm scared. I don't know what to do.
Franny, you gotta hang up right away. You shouldn't be out there all alone tonight. Get in your car and come back to town as fast as you can. I'll wait for you here.
All right, Peggy. All right. I hung up the phone and ran out of the house to my car. I turned on the ignition key and stepped on the starter. It wouldn't start. My car wouldn't start. I looked at the gas gauge. Empty. Somebody had drained the gas out of my car. I got out in a panic and started toward the highway. But there was a car out there, parked behind a big sand dune. I turned and ran back to the house. It was like some crazy, frightening nightmare. I didn't know what I was doing, but somehow I managed to get inside and lock the door. And then suddenly I was at the telephone. Operator, answer me. Operator, you've got to answer. I want the police. Operator, please help me. Someone. Operator! It was no use. The line was dead. While I was outside, someone had pulled the wires away from the wall. Crawled over to the window. Looked out to the highway. There was a car out there. Its lights were on. But as I looked, they went out. And now, I was alone. In the dark. With him out there. When I came to, it was morning, and Peggy was there. She and Tommy had driven out after the club closed to find me.
But you see, you didn't die that night.
But neither did he.
Could have been your imagination, this man in the car.
No. The news about the stay of execution was on the radio. The man in the car must have heard it and gone away.
Did you call the police?
They didn't believe me. Just because I'm a nightclub singer, they said I was trying to get publicity.
How about the car not starting and the telephone being dead?
According to them, my car was just out of gas, and I must have pulled the telephone wires off the wall myself.
In the panic you were in, you could have.
But I didn't. I tell you, I didn't.
All right. Anyway, it's tonight that we're concerned with.
I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do.
Well, if it's true, this fear you have, you've got to find it out tonight. If you don't, it'll haunt you the rest of your life.
Oh, I know, but how?
You've got to go back to your room.
Oh, no, I'm afraid.
I'll be with you. Still got your gun, remember? By the way, what were you going to do with it?
I didn't have the nerve to use it. Even on myself.
Well, if anything is going to happen, it'll happen tonight. Not tomorrow or any time after that, but tonight. We'll go back to your place now and wait until it's daylight. I drove Fran back to the rooming house on Erie Street. There were no lights on anywhere in the building. We tiptoed down the empty corridor to Fran's room, listened at the door a minute, and went in. The door closed all right, but it wouldn't lock. I must have sprung it when I forced the door. We settled down and waited. For what? Once I thought I heard steps on the sidewalk far out front. It was that still. And then I did hear steps, slowly coming down the hall.
There's someone in the hall.
Keep it down.
He stopped outside the door.
Don't move.
Who's knocking at my door? Who's knocking at my door? Who's knocking at my place?
Okay. Go ahead, kid. Go ahead. You got it coming.
I'm sorry. I'm all right.
Nothing to be sorry about. I was kind of scared myself. It's a funny thing about fear. It's catching. Look out the window.
It's almost light.
And this all night has gone for good. You see? It was all in your mind. Things you were frightened of. It was nothing, really. You won't be afraid if I go now.
No. I've caused you an awful lot of trouble.
Oh, now, you cut the howdy. You'll get me going.
And the kids at the club, I guess I should go back there and let them know I'm all right.
What the doctor ordered for you was a little shut-eye. I'll stop by on my way and give them the word.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, here's your gun. You might want to pawn it for a couple of pair of nylons. Yes, a real nice tomato-type tomato, as the funny man at the club would say. On the way over, I got thinking about him and that girl, Peggy. Come to think of it, that was one point Fran had forgotten to clear up for me, about the note that sent her out to Peggy's cabin at the dunes that night. Yeah, my mind wouldn't let go of that. When I got to the club, it was daylight, and they were folding up the joint, and Peggy was sitting alone at the bar.
Well, you got a nerve coming back here after...
How's your boyfriend?
He's not my boyfriend.
It's a figure of speech. Where is he?
He just left.
Okay, I'll settle for you.
If you don't mind, it's a little late for small talk, mister.
Okay, I'll give it to you fast. It's about that note you wrote to Fran Fowler last November on the night Charlie Dana was supposed to die.
What note?
A little late for small talk, remember?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know anything about a note inviting Fran to stay out at your place at the dunes?
I told her. I didn't know who wrote it.
Were you telling the truth?
Yes, I was.
Okay, maybe you were. But you found out later who wrote it, didn't you?
No,
Now tell me the truth. Or would you rather tell the police?
All right. I did find out, but it wasn't like you think.
Well, who was it?
Tommy Mason.
Tommy Mason, the funny man? His idea of a joke, no doubt. A hilarious joke that might have scared a poor kid to death.
No, you're wrong. It wasn't a joke.
Well, then why? Why did he do it?
Because he's in love with her. He made me swear I wouldn't tell her. He wanted to wait until the time when she needed him, and then he'd tell her himself.
Until she needed him? How is he going to make her need him? Use a condemned murderer's empty threat to frighten her out of her sanity so she'd need him? Is he crazy?
He is where Fran's concerned.
Where is he?
I don't know. He's been like a maniac all night since you left here. After every show, he's gone over to Fran's place looking for her. He's crazy jealous.
Jealous of whom?
Of you. He thought she was with you.
But what if she were?
This was the night. He was sure she would need him, and instead she turned to you. Don't you see?
Yes, I do now. Thanks. It was only about a half mile to Fran's, but it seemed more like 20 miles until I turned off Clark up Erie Street and slammed into the curb. There was Owen on the street. I was hoping he'd walk and I'd pass him on the way, but there was no one. I ran down the narrow hall, not daring to think what I'd find, and I flung open the door. Are you alone?
Well, you're frightened.
Are you alone?
Well, yes, I've been sitting here since you left. I'm too tired to undress.
Come on, let's get out of here. Grab your coat.
But
Never mind. I'll tell you on the way. I shoved Fran out the door, and we started cautiously back down the hall. We got about halfway when I grabbed her arm. The front door was opening slowly, and a man made a dark silhouette against the gray light of the dawn. It was the funny man. The man with the slick, shiny hair and a permanent smile and the fast jokes. Only the smile was gone, and he had a gun in his hand.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
We started towards him slowly.
Tommy. Tommy, it was you? You who were going to kill me?
You didn't know. You didn't know that I had a heart, too, just like Charlie Dana did.
Tommy, you never told me.
You never let me. You didn't need me. You would have laughed at me like you laughed at my jokes.
It couldn't have been you at the dunes that night.
I followed you out there.
And then drove back to the club. No, Tommy, no.
You were lonesome, but you didn't need me. You needed Charlie Dana. I thought if you were afraid you'd need me, and then you were afraid, but still you didn't need me. But I'd make you need me. I'd make you.
Step by step, we moved closer.
Keep coming.
I could see his face twisted with jealousy and hate, his eyes wild, as though a spark might make him explode.
And tonight, when you were afraid and should have needed me, you didn't. You turned to him.
Tommy, please.
But now you need me. Now that I have my finger on this trigger, you need me more than you've ever needed anyone in your life. You need me. You need me, Fanny. You need me. Say it. Say you need me. I can't shoot. I can't shoot.
He started to shake, and I ran forward and grabbed his gun.
Look out.
Drop it. It's all right. I've got the gun.
I can't.
Is he hurt?
Not to what he will be. Get up, funny man.
No. Don't be too hard on him. He didn't realize.
No. I guess maybe he didn't. It's funny, isn't it? You never really know what's going on in some of the best combed heads. Well, that's the way it goes. A little later than usual this morning. The day shift has already moved in and let the night crew wander off to their own private little beds. Well, at least I got to see the sun come up. And here I sit, still trying to make it all add up. But no matter how I figure it, the only answer I get is, you never know about people. But bless them, maybe that's why we love them. See that man walking towards you with a smile on his face? What's he smiling about? Or is it just so you won't notice how he's screaming inside? Ooh, the trouble with me is I haven't had my coffee yet. Coffee, boy.
Night Beat, a dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music by Frank Worth. The part of Fran was played by Joan Banks. Paul Dubov played Tommy. Others in the cast were Georgia Ellis, Ken Christie, and Carol Richards. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Throughout the week, NBC brings you the best adventure mystery dramas on the air. You'll hear action-packed, fast-moving plots to hold your interest right up to the smashing climax on such thrilling programs as Big Town, Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, and Dragnet, every week on most of these NBC stations. On Dragnet, you'll hear documented cases from the Los Angeles police files. The Big Story brings you true tales from the front pages of America's newspapers. Mr. District Attorney, the champion of the people, takes you through an exciting episode in the conviction of a criminal. And tomorrow night on Big Town, you'll hear crusading editor Steve Wilson crack down on the forces of evil. For the best high-tension dramas, hear NBC's great mystery and adventure programs. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. Now, stay tuned for Brian Donlevy as a soldier of fortune on dangerous assignment on NBC.
Tammy Grimes. In the spring of 1945, the most catastrophic war in history was nearing its close. The wanton murder, the pitiless devastation, the unbearable agonies would soon be over, for a little while, at any rate. But if in the midst of life we are in death, it may also be said that in the midst of death there is life. And life had a tenacious habit of going on. Even while surrounded by terror and destruction, men and women will continue to cling together and take the eternal vows. Throughout the world, on the 29th day of April 1945, there must have been thousands of weddings. And this is the story of one of them.
You're in love with him?
Yes.
He's 40. And you're 17.
I always liked mature men.
But he's a monster. All the facts are against you.
What are facts? They can be figments of anyone's fevered imagination. But truth, dear sister, truth can only be felt in the blood.
You're crazy. As crazy as he is.
Oh, why do people tell all those terrible lies about him? He's so sweet, so kind, so tender with me. Oh, Ilsa, I love him so much. I would die for him.
Our mystery drama, Adolf and Eva, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Roberta Maxwell and Louis Turenne. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a Time.
You really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Simon? Ladies in this building don't call me super for nothing.
Then, keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Those early morning sounds are breaking through. Eggs are cooking with golden hash browns. We're working along, cooking breakfast for you. You deserve a great day at McDonald's.
Right now, at your Greater Detroit Chrysler Plymouth dealers, it's Chrysler Plymouth Value Showdown Days. Right here in our showrooms, you can compare our cars with the competition, feature by feature. Compare styling, comfort, quality, size, and room. Yes, your Greater Detroit Chrysler Plymouth dealers want you to compare. So from now till August 13th, you can make your own comparisons conveniently at your Greater Detroit Chrysler Plymouth dealers. He'll have at least 2 competitive cars and 2 of his own for you to judge. You might compare a front-wheel drive Plymouth Horizon to a Ford Escort, an elegant Chrysler LeBaron to an old Sierra, a luxurious New Yorker to a Cadillac DeVille. And wait till you compare Ford or GM's protection plans with Chrysler's 3-way 5-year 50,000-mile plan. Your Greater Detroit Chrysler Plymouth dealer has all the details. So come in today during Value Showdown days for eye-opening product comparisons and good deals at your Greater Detroit Chrysler Plymouth dealers' Value Showdown days.
In the end, it all came down to this. A bedroom in an underground bunker. 2 Walter automatic pistols, one a 7.65 caliber, the other a smaller 6.3½. There were also the 2 vials of deadly potassium cyanide. And this was the only freedom of choice that remained to him. Should it be the poison or the bullet?
I have made up my mind.
Yes?
I have definitely made up my mind.
And which is it to be?
I don't know. I haven't decided.
No, he hasn't decided. And that's why I'm here. To help him purge himself of all the pathetic illusions and all the false hopes. And to accept the only reality that now exists for him. And for me. My name is Eva Braun. I have come here to this underground sanctuary beneath the Reichschancellery in besieged Berlin. I came because he sent for me. I drove down from the Berghof in Berchtesgaden on roads that were shelled by Russian artillery and strafed by British bombers. But when he calls, I come. And when I arrived a few days ago, I was greeted by his very close friend and deputy, Martin Bormann.
Good morning, Fräulein Braun.
Good morning. Where is the Fuhrer?
Resting.
Excuse me.
Wait.
For what?
You and I should talk.
Why?
I've known you for a long time, Eva.
And?
Since you first met him. 16 years. Back to 1929. I've watched you develop from an empty-headed schoolgirl into a woman of stature.
Get to the point.
The war is lost.
If he heard you say that, you'd be shot.
Eva, you must convince him to commit suicide.
The Fuhrer and I have already talked about suicide. He will perform that act at the proper time.
The proper time has arrived. He's afraid.
That's a lie.
What is he waiting for? Do you know what the Russians will do to him? Lock him in a cage and display him in the Moscow Zoo. And the Americans, they'll put him on trial, find him guilty, and hang him.
Martin, we still have soldiers in the field. The best scientists in the world. Perhaps they can...
That's what he keeps saying. There just isn't any point to it.
And perhaps we can escape alive and live and...
Where? Where in this world? Besides, he has to die.
Why?
For the cause.
He's done enough for the cause.
To millions all over the world, he's a god who walked the earth. What happens to gods who walk the earth? They must endure martyrdom. You must convince him.
What can I say to him? He already knows all this.
You are the only one he trusts. Give him the courage, Eva. There's almost no time left.
And so we sit in the bunker beneath the chancellery. We have the poison vials and the pistols on the table, and we talk about it. That's all it is at this point, just talk. Sometimes he thinks I'm no longer in the room, even while he's staring at me.
Eva?
Yes.
Where are you?
I'm here.
I don't believe it.
Hold my hand. Now do you believe it?
Oh, my Schöpferin.
Mein Taschen, mein Taschen.
He seldom calls me Eva. From the very beginning, there were the pet names. Chaparral, Pascherelle, Pascherelle, Patty Cake, Sweet Thing, Little One. They all sound so sentimental, so Viennese. And he would also call me Veverel or Effie, all of which are variations of Eva. But I never had a nickname for him. To me, he was always the Führer. But he always liked it best when I called him Chief.
Effie.
Yes, Chief.
Why is there no sign of General Wenck?
General Wenck.
Commander of Army Group Vistula, which is gallantly fighting its way up from the south.
Chief, stand beside the ventilator. Listen. You will hear the sound of artillery. I'll open the louvers.
Yes. Yes, that's General Wenck. With 50,000 men and 300 tanks. He has broken through. We are saved.
Those are not the guns of General Wenck. General Wenck, Chief, has disappeared.
Where?
No one knows.
He must be found.
They're looking.
And where is Field Marshal Schörner?
There is no longer any communication.
He's a traitor. I'll have him shot. I don't need him. I have other armies.
No, Chief.
Don't say no. I have an army in France.
No.
In Italy. In North Africa.
No. The only army that is coming is the Russian army. And it's only a few streets away.
What traitors are spreading these lies? Effie, I had 3 million men.
All that is left, a few thousand Volkstrom, a handful of oldsters and youngsters.
No.
Yes. And that's why we must move quickly to do the thing that must be done. Here, on the table, the pistols, the vials. Let us help each other.
I'm sick. I've been betrayed. Betrayal is the virus, the cancer that destroys me. If only I were well, I would pick up a rifle and go out into the streets. That's where it all began, in the streets, and that's where it should end. Come.
No.
I'll die fighting.
And what if you don't die? At any moment.
Yes, a Russian patrol.
They know we are here.
Because we've been betrayed.
And that's why we must.
We will. But not now.
When?
Soon.
He keeps putting it off. But for how much longer? Perhaps he is afraid to die. But he is even more afraid to live. I see now that he wants me to do it for him. That's why I was sent for. And why I'm here. None of the others. Not Bormann, not Goebbels. None of the SS. None of them wants to be the one to do it. All of them are afraid of him. But I was never afraid of him. Never. Not even at the very beginning. How old was I? 17 and fresh from the convent school. I remember the look on my sister's face when I came home. I was so excited. I had found a job. My very first job.
Where did you say this job was?
In Heinrich Hoffmann's studio.
Oh, did you hear that, Papa? Our little Eva is posing for an artist.
He's not an artist.
Oh, then what kind of studio is it?
It's a photography studio.
Is that the Heinrich Hoffmann on the Schellingstrasse?
And what if it is?
That's where all those Nazis hang out.
Who are the Nazis?
Kooks. They wear those swastika armbands.
Is that so? Well, I met some and they seemed all right to me.
Oh, you'll meet them all at Heinrich Hoffmann's. I hear he's the official photographer for the Nazi party. Even Hitler has his picture taken there.
Who?
Hitler. Adolf Hitler.
Oh, I met him today. He came into the shop. Hoffmann introduced us. He's unbelievably handsome. And his eyes. He looks at you and you just get lost in those eyes.
I don't like the idea of your working there, Eva.
And why not?
He has a reputation, that Herr Hoffmann.
What sort of reputation?
He hires young, pretty, unspoiled girls like you
Do you realize this is the first time you ever said I was pretty?
They say Hitler likes innocent girls.
Really?
And so Herr Hoffman always makes sure he has one on hand. You are the latest.
Herr Hoffman is a great photographer. I intend to learn the picture business.
Well, make sure you don't become involved in other business.
As the time went on, Herr Hitler came more and more frequently into Herr Hoffman's studio. He was always so polite and pleasant and gallant.
Good afternoon, lovely Fräulein Braun.
Good afternoon, Herr Hitler. I'm afraid Herr Hoffman is out.
How wonderful. I was afraid he would be in.
Oh?
I haven't come here to see Herr Hoffman.
No?
I have come to see you. Oh, where did you learn to blush like that?
I believe it comes naturally. What may I do for you, Herr Hitler?
Rescue me, please.
From what?
Starvation.
You're hungry.
Famished. But I have a rule. I must never eat alone. Do me the great honor and dine with me.
You are asking me to have dinner with you?
What would you like to eat?
Oh, sauerbraten.
I happen to be a vegetarian myself, but I know a splendid place where...
Did I say sauerbraten? What could have gotten into me? I used to like sauerbraten, but I've recently decided to change my entire...
Trust me to attend to the menu. And do you like the cinema?
I adore the cinema.
Shall we go to one afterwards?
Oh, of course.
What sort of films do you prefer?
Just about any.
American films?
I adore American films.
Excuse me. Maurice, Linger, come here. Fräulein Braun, may I present my friend and chauffeur, Herr Maurice, and Herr Linger, and Herr Junger, my, what shall we say, our chaperones?
How do you do, gentlemen?
Maurice, Fräulein Braun would like to see an American film. Do you know where one is showing?
Yes, Monsieur.
And what is it called?
I believe the jazz singer.
Does that meet with your approval, gnädiges Fräulein?
Yes, fine.
Then, let us go forward.
Did Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun see a film on their very first date? They could have. Did they actually see Al Jolson and the jazz singer? Well, no one has seen fit to preserve the ticket stubs. But here's what we do know. There is a photograph of Eva Braun in blackface. She is dressed in a tuxedo, and she is doing an Al Jolson imitation. We do know that she performed it several times at dinners and parties for Hitler's benefit, and he loved it. So why not? It is with threads like these that historians weave the tapestry of history. We shall return to the loom shortly.
This cute new hygienist who cleaned my teeth told me in no uncertain terms how badly stained my teeth were from tobacco. Well, I was thinking about asking her out. But after that, I was just too embarrassed.
Topol Smoker's Tooth Polish, a special combination of polishing agents and a rich foaming cleaner formulated to help remove ugly yellow tobacco stains. Topol is gentle enough to be used instead of regular toothpaste.
Since I've been using Topol, the tobacco stains just don't build up.
Topol, fluoride in the red package, mint flavor in the blue.
Do you know what melasma is? It's a darkening of the skin in spots, which women may get during childbearing years.
I got one on my face while I was pregnant, and it hasn't disappeared, though my daughter's a year old.
Try Porcelana Fade Cream.
Isn't that for age spots?
And freckled spots and brown spots like yours. Rub in Porcelana daily and watch those brown spots start to fade in just 6 weeks for many women.
Where can I get it?
At cosmetic counters or your favorite supermarket. Porcelana, when results count. Use only as directed.
Excuse me. Anderson. Hey, how are you, Tom?
Okay. You on a business trip, too?
No, vacation.
Lucky.
Matter of fact, I don't do much business traveling now that we're into telemarketing so heavily.
Telemarketing?
Using the telephone to sell and service customers.
Oh?
Now the sales visits are costing an average of over $130. We're using 800 service to help reduce travel costs.
How?
Putting a toll-free 800 number in our promotional materials makes it easy for prospects to reach us instead of our going out and trying to find them.
No kidding.
And now we've got a lot more time for servicing our regular customers.
You think I should call Michigan Bell about 800 service?
Toll-free, 1-800-482-2900.
1-800-482-2900.
Ask about how to save and make money through 800 service. Just one of Michigan Bell's telemarketing ideas.
Sounds like telemarketing is a great way to get things done.
Today.
Final call,
Fritz Braun was a school teacher in the city of Munich. Thanks to an inheritance, he was quite well off. But the true treasure possessed by Herr Braun and his wife consisted of their daughters, 3 attractive, intelligent, and lively young ladies. In the year 1932, Gretel, the youngest, was still at school. Ilse, the eldest, worked in the office of a brilliant doctor. And, of course, she was madly in love with him. And middle daughter, Eva, had already captured the heart of Germany's man of destiny, Adolf Hitler.
But long before that, he had captured mine. He had such, I can only call it a Viennese way with women. And millions of women were madly in love with him. But he had chosen me, Eva Braun, me. At first, he was busy with his politics, and I would only see him now and then. Consequently, I spent many evenings at home. I would read, listen to the radio, and argue with my sister Ilse. But Eva, that man is an absolute scoundrel. How can any decent, rational person defend that? Of course, you're speaking from the viewpoint of Dr. Martin Marx. Dr. Marx is a saint. A Jewish saint? All of the original saints were Jewish? I refuse to argue. How can you argue? You have no facts. It doesn't bother you that your beloved is the leader, the Führer of all the scum of the gutter? Ilse, I cannot understand why people tell all these lies about him. He's the sweetest, the kindest. Oh, he's so tender with me. Don't you read what he writes? He declares he will eliminate people. No, dear. He only talks about eliminating vermin. And how does he define vermin? Everyone who dares to oppose him. I don't care what you say, what anyone says. I only know he's right. Why is he right? Because he says so. Oh, you're a fool. You're the fool. You're the one who's out of step with the German people. Eva, how can you give yourself to such a monster? We were bitterly divided, Ilse and I, but we were still sisters. Actually, it was a charade. Papa knew very well that Adolf Hitler and I were living together, even back then. But he had to maintain the pretense that he was the strict father of a virtuous daughter. What else could he do? He was terrified. And besides, it really wasn't doing him any harm. Actually, it was making him a man of importance.
Effie.
Yes, Chief.
Where were you?
Nowhere.
You were far away.
Oh? I was dreaming.
What?
Our beginning.
The beginning. And now we have come to the end.
Yes, Chief.
I must die first. Do you know why? Because if I do not succeed, you must finish it for me. Do you understand?
Yes.
I trust no one else. All of them would betray me. Just think you could turn me over to the Russians or the Americans or the British, still alive. It must never happen.
It will never happen.
It must be done with the pistol. Effie, it was so long ago. But do you remember when you tried it?
I remember.
You used the 6.35, the small one. Where did you get it?
It was my father's.
How did you find the courage to do it?
I was foolish.
Tell me about it.
I've told you so many times.
Tell me again.
But we have so little time.
Tell me, Effie, tell me.
I had despaired of his love. I thought I was just another affair. They were all after him. Wealthy American heiresses,
British noblewomen, wives of European industrialists, film stars. And who was I? A school teacher's daughter. That night, I was alone in the house. I knew where my father kept his automatic. I just wanted to toy with the idea of suicide. I pointed the gun at my heart and... Oh, Eva! What happened? Oh, you've been shot. It's gone. It's Papa's pistol. Oh, you shot yourself. Am I alive? Of course you're alive. But I aimed at my heart. You missed. I called Dr. Marks. No. Called Dr. Platt. I know Marks is a great doctor. I never heard of this. Dr. Platt is a good friend of Herr Hoffman's. And Hoffman will see that Hitler is told about what I did. If this Dr. Platt is a friend of Hoffman's, that means he's a Nazi. And he must be a quack. No. I can only trust Dr. Marks to save your life. No. It would embarrass Hitler. How? It would become known that a Jewish doctor saved his girlfriend. You mean you would die sooner than embarrass Hitler? Yes. Call Dr. Platt. It wasn't much of a wound. I recovered very quickly. But that was the day that I believe he made up his mind about me. I had proved my love, not because I had tried suicide. So many women had killed themselves for him. But because of my discretion, I had called the right doctor.
Effie, you were so brave. You shouldn't have done it.
I was afraid of losing you.
To whom? Which one of all those women did you think could steal me away from you?
It isn't important.
Yes, it's very important. Which one?
Please, I don't want to talk about it.
But I do. Do you understand? I do. Now, tell me, which?
There were so many.
You make me out a Bluebeard.
You mean a Don Juan.
Which woman?
All women frightened me.
Why?
Because all women were in love with you.
And which woman frightened you most?
Magda.
Magda Goebbels?
Yes. She's beautiful.
She's hysterical, and I cannot tolerate hysterical women.
I'm also hysterical.
Oh, no, Patty Cake, not you.
Didn't I try to commit suicide because of you?
Yes, but in a nice, quiet way. You didn't announce it to the world. You didn't do it on my doorstep. You did it very discreetly.
I think the problem is that we discuss this thing too much.
I agree. Let's not talk about it anymore.
Let's just do it. In an almost offhand and unconscious way, like some people casually light a cigarette.
People who light cigarettes are also killing themselves. Did you know that?
Yes, Chief.
Smokers. And I'll tell you who are even worse. Meat eaters.
Yes, Chief.
Do you know why?
You've already told me.
But it never really sunk in. You still devour living flesh.
Hardly living. It's been killed.
Do you know how it was killed?
Please.
Not only is meat physically injurious to the body tissues, it is also morally degrading. I have been compelled to inspect slaughterhouses, the latest, the most scientifically modern establishments constructed to transform innocent animals into carrion.
Yes, Chief, I know.
But the poor, innocent animals, they weren't fooled. They knew they were being pushed forward to their destruction. You could see it in their eyes. It was heart-rending. And the squeals, the screams, the blood. And people eat meat.
No more, Chief. I promise.
You always promise.
This time, I mean it.
They call me an absolute dictator. What a lie! If I were the monster they make me out to be, I could have forbidden all of these and more to my people on pain of death. But I am too kind. You know that's true. Well, say so.
It's true. As God is our judge.
No. Don't speak of God. He has deserted me.
Oh, no, he hasn't.
Do you know why he has deserted me? Because I failed him.
Oh, no, Chief, not you.
You see, Effie, only I understood him. Only I know the kind of world he wanted. Why was I the only one who saw it? Isn't it obvious that the world he was is the world he himself created? A world where the strong must destroy the weak. Wasn't the lion born to devour the lamb? What is the lion, the leopard, the wolf, the eagle? No, of justice, pity, mercy.
Chief.
These are depraved and decadent illusions, and false prophets use them to pervert God's will in order to unman the human race. That's why I was born.
No, I know.
He sent me into the world to redeem it, and I failed him.
Don't say that.
You love me. You're blind. But I have not been strong enough, ruthless enough. I have been too kind, too tolerant, too weak. Well, what are we waiting for? Why delay the inevitable? Hand me the 6.35.
Yes, Chief, yes.
A smaller bullet, a smaller entry. And, of course, you know how vain I am. I shall be even more handsome in death.
Yes, Chief.
No more ado, no more conversation. Join me, Effie. Join me after you make sure that I...
Yes, Chief.
Now, let me sit down. And you must sit next to me. And then, when you're convinced that I am... Then you must...
Yes, Chief.
You must not be taken alive, either. You know that. Goodbye. Goodbye, little patty cake.
Goodbye, Chief.
Wait. Why do we say goodbye? We are not leaving each other. We are embarking on a great journey together. Is that not so?
Oh, yes, yes.
But we cannot go this way.
Which way?
Pick up the telephone.
But...
At once. Tell them I want to see Martin Bormann.
But why do we need Martin Bormann?
Do as I command.
And once again, the thing is being put off. That's how it went in the bunker during those very last days of April in 1945. We have a man whose own hand moved so freely when it came to taking millions of lives. Yet suddenly it becomes paralyzed when it comes to taking his own. But things were ever thus, and the last act of his life and our story are rapidly approaching.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix, regular or orange flavor. Read label and follow directions.
Hotel coupon and discount offers are confusing and limited. That's why the world's largest lodging chain invites you to call Best Western before you call anyone else. Chances are you'll find the Best Western just where you need it most at a price you'll want to pay. No strings attached.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If your idea of summer fun is camping out, whether you sleep in the luxury of a recreational vehicle or rough it on the ground with only the stars above you, there's one piece of gear that's a must, and that's a good sleeping bag. A well-made, lightweight summer bag is a good first choice for novices and for those who aren't planning to do too much cool weather camping. But if you're heading for the mountains or planning to take a trip in the spring or fall, a three-season bag will be a better choice. Now, these bags are warmer and more expensive, but they'll keep you comfortable at near freezing temperatures. But when you go out to shop, compare bags carefully. Make sure to check the quality of the zipper to find out if the bag is easy to roll up and store, if it's the right size for comfort, and if it's constructed so that the filler won't come out. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Who Will Bell the Cat is a familiar old fairy tale. And it had a sort of modern equivalent in a bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery in Berlin in April of 1945. Adolf Hitler had to die. All were agreed, even the Reichsfuhrer himself. But who would be the one to kill him? Obviously, it would be best for all concerned if he killed himself. And as a matter of fact, he had even promised to do it. But Hitler was not particularly noted for keeping his promises.
You sent for me, mein Führer?
Yes, Bormann. I want you to make preparations for a feast.
What sort of feast?
A wedding feast.
A wedding? Who is getting married, mein Führer?
I am.
You are getting married?
Forgive me, gnädiges Fräulein Braun. I've just remembered. I haven't asked you yet.
You are going to marry Eva Braun?
If she'll have me. Effie?
You're asking me to marry you?
During all the years of the conflict, I didn't think that I could assume the responsibility of founding a family. I have now decided, at the end of my life's journey, to marry the beautiful young girl who, after years of faithful friendship, has chosen to share my fate. Fräulein Braun, will you do me the supreme honor of becoming my wife?
Now I could die happy, fulfilled, and victorious. For 16 years I had waited, and I wasn't even sure for what. I was, after all, a kept woman, a mistress. I had no position, no status. I was humiliated, snubbed, and mocked, even by my own sister. Ilse never stopped her steady drumfire of criticism.
In the first place, Eva, he's an old man.
He's in the prime of life.
For you, he's an old man. There's 23 years difference between you.
Please, let me alone.
One day he'll get tired of you. He'll cast you aside. And who will want you? What will become of you?
I don't care. I love him.
Do you love him enough to go to hell for him? Because you will, you know. You are living in sin.
And now I am vindicated. I am going to become Frau Hitler. And so we ordered food and champagne. We would have a party. Besides Bormann, there was Joseph Goebbels, General Krebs, General Bergdorf, axeman of the Hitler Youth, and the SS Guards, and the women. Constanza Manziarli, the cook, Gerda Christian, one of the secretaries, and, of course, Magda Goebbels. The women were very subdued. They were all madly in love with him, and this was certainly a sad day for them. Magda Goebbels gave me a thin, wintry smile, and in a voice that almost bubbled with acid, said,
My darling Effie, I'm so happy for you.
Thank you, Magda.
Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of my beautiful bride? Martin.
She is the luckiest woman in Germany.
In the world. And why is there no music and no champagne? Who chose that record? Bormann, you scoundrel. You know everything. Yes, that was always her favorite. Tea for two.
I used to play it in hopes that he would take the hint.
Mein Führer, the time is passing.
No, that's wrong. Time stands still. We pass.
We should have the ceremony as soon as possible. The Russian patrol.
Don't pollute the air with the words Russian patrols.
Who Who will perform the marriage? Shall we send for a priest?
No priest.
But, Chief, I always wanted...
I want to be married by a justice of the peace. Who knows a justice of the peace?
Joseph and I were married by a justice of the peace, Monsieur.
I remember. And an excellent sort of fellow he was, too. What was his name?
Wagner. Walter Wagner.
An excellent name as well. I want him. Martin, have him brought here.
Yeah, but, Monsieur, it isn't easy to find anyone in the city under the present conditions.
Bring him here.
But there is so little time.
I am still the Fuhrer. I still command.
They found him. And so we had the magistrate, the bride, the groom, the wedding guest. But something was missing. The rings. We wanted to give each other a plain gold ring. But where would we get them? Magda Goebbels spoke up.
My darling Eva, here'd take mine, use it.
No, thank you.
But I would consider it an honor.
No, thank you again.
But you cannot get married without the ring. It just isn't being done.
I want my own ring. My own ring. Is it too much to ask for? All my life I've looked forward to this day. Is it too much to ask?
Foreman.
Yes, mein Führer.
Get 2 golden rings.
But where can I find...
You know where.
Yes, mein Führer. At once.
Where would he be able to find? And then, suddenly I knew. Upstairs in the chancellery, there was a private Gestapo treasury. It was filled with money and jewels that had been taken from those who had been sent to the concentration camps.
Are you, Adolf Hitler, mein Führer, willing to take Eva Braun as your wife?
I am.
And you, Fräulein Eva Braun, are you willing to take Herr Adolf Hitler as your husband?
I am.
Since both parties have signified their consent, I hereby proclaim this a valid and legal marriage.
There it was, finally. My wedding day, or night. It had taken us 2 days to get married. The ceremony had begun just before midnight of the 28th. It wasn't completed until a few moments later, in the very first hour of the 29th. There was dancing and champagne. Everyone was chatting and laughing and having a wonderful time. We all seemed to forget the war was raging out of control all around us. The chief and I retired for the night, our wedding night, and everyone thought we would then end our lives. But when we woke, late that morning, we dressed, ate breakfast, and then we sat at the table and looked at the pistols, the poison, and at each other.
I have decided, Effie. We must not use the pistol. You are too beautiful.
Very well. The vials, then?
Yes. They work instantly. It's over before you know it. All over. Unless...
Unless?
Wait.
What is it?
I must find out. I want Martin Bormann.
Bormann again. Why?
We'll find out. Martin, these vials of poison, the potassium cyanide, where did we get them? Oh. You're positive. Very well. I thought so. Did you know who supplied us with the poison?
No.
Yes.
Does it make any difference?
All the difference in the world. Himmler.
Well?
Don't you see? Himmler. How can we trust him? He's plotting against us.
But what does that mean?
Suppose they were not poison. Only something to put us into a deep sleep, a paralyzing coma.
But why would Himmler want to...
It's part of the plot.
What plot?
To deliver us alive to the Allies, to the Russians, the Americans, the British. How do we know it's truly poison? How can we find out?
Chief, it doesn't seem likely...
Oh, you're a child. You're a child. You know nothing of the world. How base, treacherous people can be.
But what are we going to do?
There's a way to find out if it's really and truly deadly cyanide potassium poison.
Yes?
Blondie.
Blondie?
My faithful Blondie.
She just had puppies.
I know. Poor little things. But it will be for the best. This will not be a kind world when we are gone, either.
How can you kill this wonderful animal?
Don't you think it tears at my heart? But it's the only way. The only way. Besides, Blondie would not care to live without me.
She was a big wolfhound. There were times when I actually thought he loved her more than anything or anyone in the world. Even me. He picked up the telephone. His voice was hoarse with grief. His eyes were filled with tears as he ordered Borman to feed a vial of the poison to Blondie. Borman, the only one he really trusted. After a while, the telephone rang.
Yes? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Martin. She's dead. I feel like a murderer.
Now that we know, it is really poison, Ken.
Yes. Now that we know. Oh, Effie. How dearly we have bought that knowledge. What a terrible price we paid for it.
It will be quick, and there will be no pain. It's getting very late, Chief.
Late?
Yes?
Mein Führer.
Speak to me, Martin.
Frau Hitter.
What is it?
News has come over the radio. Mussolini. He's dead.
Oh, what happened?
He was murdered.
By whom?
They say his own people. Mussolini and his mistress, Fräulein Clara Petacci. They were... the Americans have a good word for it. Lynched.
That, of course, was his way of telling us to hurry. To remind us of what was in store. It had to be done. I looked at mein Führer. He was sunk in his chair. And suddenly I didn't recognize him anymore. Who is this ravaged-looking elderly man? His hands were shaking. His eyes were glazed. This wasn't the vigorous, forceful figure I had fallen in love with. What had become of him? Where had he gone?
Effie. Effie.
What was he trying to tell me?
Effie. We, you and I, we will triumph. I still have time to become the man God wanted. I can still rule his world as his faithful viceroy. We shall begin all over, Effie, all over again.
And then I knew that it had to be done, and that I had to do it. And now, he was staring straight ahead. I reached for the 7.65 automatic. I pointed it at his temple. He didn't even look at me, for which I was grateful. He kept speaking of the glorious future.
We shall rise from here, Effie. We shall rise from here and conquer again.
He fell back on the couch. I dropped the pistol. I opened one of the vials. I swallowed the poison. I noticed his mother's picture on the table. I picked it up and placed it on his chest. And then I sat down next to him, with my head on his shoulder. For 33 years, I was Eva Braun. For almost 2 days, I was Eva Hitler. I was a maid. I was a wife. And now, I am a widow. And soon, I shall be nothing. And nobody.
In a little while, Martin Bormann and his SS guards came into the bedroom. They carried the bodies up to the garden of the Chancery. The Russian guns were booming quite nearby. Shells were beginning to fall in closely. They dug a grave, placed the bodies inside, doused them with kerosene, and set them afire. After a while, the remains were covered over with earth. And that was the end of Mr. and Mrs. Adolf Hitler. Or was it? I shall return shortly.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus Liquid Assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with free redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
Whenever we tell a story of real people and actual events, we are always asked, is it true? What you have just heard is what happened. One thing, however, stands out. So many of the movers and shakers of this world were really most unextraordinary as human beings. They were quite shallow, vulgar, cruel, and narrow, and not even sane. It seems that so often throughout history, most of us have been ruled by the worst of us. Why? Why have things always been easier for the wicked? That is the greatest mystery of all. Our cast included Roberta Maxwell, Louis Turenne, Robert Dryden, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
The arrow passed far and wide and beyond sight. You recall?
Yes.
At last, it fell. And where it touched the earth, there broke out a stream, which presently became a river. And our great Lord said, whoso bathes in it washes away all taint and speckle of sin, and is freed forever from the wheel of endless life.
Oh, I've never heard the tale told more beautifully.
But where is that river? Where did that arrow fall?
If we only knew.
But I must know. I must find it and bathe in it before it is too late. Before I die.
Are you saying you intend to search for the river?
Oh, yes, with all my heart.
This is Tommy Grimes, inviting you to...
Surgeon Oil Imports. Bethlehem Steel.
Tammy Grimes. I acknowledge the Furies. I have heard the disastrous beating of their wings. So said Mr. Theodore Dreiser. Yes, the Furies, those three terrible sisters of ancient Greek mythology, who in the implacable pursuit of their duty maintained a sense of justice in the world. For while a transgressor might avoid punishment of society, he could not escape the retribution of the gods.
Where is the professor?
He should be back in time for lunch.
But you said that yesterday.
I know.
And the day before. And every day, for a week.
I told you, he went to visit this shrine.
But why isn't he back? He knew I was coming.
Well, you'll have to ask him.
How can I ask him? He isn't here. Did you kill him?
Kill him?
Where did you hide the body?
Oh, please, you must believe me.
Why don't we see if the police will believe you?
Our mystery drama, The Jataka, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Marion Seldes. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
What fruit comes in a rainbow of colors, all delicious? Plum!
plums. Summer fruit that wouldn't be summer without her. It's plum picking time at your supermarket. Fresh from the tree, taste them and see. Sweet and juicy or tart and tangy, California plums are just plum good. Nature's way of smiling. Fresh plums. Sponsored by the growers, California summer fruit.
Weekdays on CBS television. Watch your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing story of people locked in a struggle of passion, right and wrong, coming face to face with themselves and their desires on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's drama you'll never forget as intrigue, triumph, and tragedy take center stage on As the World Turns. Don't miss The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns, weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Hey, what's going on here at Chatham? Look at these prices. Incredible.
Try to control yourself, sir. Those are just Chatham's cash dividend specials.
You mean extra special, super fantastic
Calm
special.
down, sir. You see prices like that every week at Chatham.
Look at these prices. 9 cents a nickel? I've never seen anything like that.
Right. You see, for every $1 you spend at Chatham, except on alcohol and tobacco products, you get 1 cash dividend coupon. Paste 36 coupons on the cash dividend certificate and get 1 cash dividend special for each filled certificate you turn in.
But look at this price. I can't believe
Right.
this.
That's why I shop at Chatham all the time. But try to control yourself.
But with 1 filled certificate, this item is free.
Right. It's free?
Free.
Wow. I don't believe it. Incredible. Let's go get some.
Take it from me, Bill Reed, cashier at our 11 Mile and Main store. You'll like our savings at Chatham and a whole lot more.
This week at Chatham, get a 12-ounce carton of Borden's cottage cheese absolutely free. 1 filled cash dividend certificate. Chatham supermarkets. They're not the biggest, so they're doing their best to be the very best.
Her name is Geraldine McElroy. She is 37 years old. And while it is not exactly accurate to say that she's never been kissed, it may be stated that it's been a long time between osculations. No, not because Miss McElroy is unattractive. Actually, she isn't at all bad looking, if you fancy the prim, bookish, serious type. It's just that Miss McElroy's passions have been more or less exclusively devoted to the religious poetry that was written in an ancient Sanskrit language, a tongue she speaks, reads, and writes as fluently as her native English. Well, the year is 1902. She has been a guest lecturer at a seminar that was held at the University of Delhi in India. The session is over, and it is time for tea.
Ah, Miss McElroy, we meet at last.
Professor Yankton, won't you sit down?
Ah, thank you.
Tea?
Oh, of course. I read your monograph on the Bowie stud.
And what did you think of it?
Positively brilliant.
Thank you, Professor.
So, you're the one who is going to carry on after I'm gone.
Professor, you'll be here for a long, long time.
No, I won't, my dear. What does it say in the Jataka? The just are those who seek to escape the endless reincarnations on the wheel of life.
Do you believe the Jataka?
The Jataka. The story of the birth of Buddha.
Do you believe in the Jataka, Professor?
Now I only seek the blessed state of nirvana, to be at one with the universe. To accomplish this, I need but find the stream.
The stream?
The stream.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on famous theatrical books, begun by the late Burns Mantle, now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman. Mr. Chapman.
Good evening. Somehow, I hesitate to describe the best play we are presenting here as a psychological melodrama, because that phrase doesn't have the punch it used to have. It seems to me that it used to mean a play or a movie that was enormously exciting, but still intelligent. It was a thriller that made sense and didn't have to rely on sliding panels, clutching claws, and all of the other machinery of the old-time meller. But from what I've seen lately, on the stage at least, and a good bit of the time in the movies, a psychological melodrama is a melodrama in which nothing happens. Since nothing has happened, I go right home to bed and sleep like a practically toothless baby. But that wasn't the case on the night of December 5th, 1941, when I saw the first performance of Patrick Hamilton's Angel Street. A great deal happened in that play, even though it was psychological. It was so psychological, in fact, that it kept my head whirling for hours. What a cunning and cruel devil that Mr. Manningham was. And how clever was that very dull-looking man from Scotland Yard, Sergeant Ruff. And what a terrible time that frail, beautiful Mrs. Manningham had had. This was indeed a best play, and it was staged and acted to perfection. For our performance now, we have the original Mr. and Mrs. Manningham. Vincent Price has had many fine roles on the stage and in the films, and this ranks as one of his best. Judith Evelyn, who is one of our best actresses, won stardom in Angel Street. This season, she had the leading feminine role in another psychological thriller, and a good one this time, The Shrike. And for Sergeant Ruff, we are happy to have Melville Cooper, one of the best actors Britain ever sent us. The players are ready now, and it's time to begin. London, 1880. The living room of a house on Angel Street. The room is murky with that rather terrifying darkness of the late afternoon. The 0 hour, as it were, before the feeble dawn of gaslight and tea. In front of the fireplace on a sofa, Jack Manningham is stretched out and sleeping heavily. Sitting quietly nearby is his wife, Bella. Once she might have been called beautiful, but now she has a haggard, frightened air about her. There is a knock at the door, and Bella rises to answer it.
Did you ring, madam?
I thought I heard the muffin man go by just then, Elizabeth. I suppose you're terribly busy.
Oh, no, ma'am.
I'd like so much to have some muffins with tea. Would you mind?
Not at all, ma'am. Gladly. Anything else, ma'am?
That's all. But please close the door gently. The master's asleep.
Oh, to be sure, ma'am.
Bella, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing, dear. Don't wake yourself.
What are you doing, Bella? Come here.
Wait, muffins for tea. I only sent Elizabeth for muffins.
Why are you so apprehensive, Bella? I was not about to reproach you.
No, dear, I know you won't.
The fire's in ashes. Ring the bell, will you, Bella, dear, please?
Is it merely to put coal on, my dear? I can do that.
Now then, Bella, we've had this out before. Be so good as to ring the bell.
But, dear, Elizabeth's out in the street. Let me do it. I can do
No.
it.
No. Where's the girl? Let the girl come up if Lizzie's out.
Jack, please spare me that girl. Don't call her in.
Ring the bell, please, Bella. Now, come here. What do you suppose the servants are for, Bella?
To serve us, I suppose, Jack.
Precisely. Then why do you...
I think we should consider them a little, that's all.
Consider them? There's your extraordinary confusion of mind again. You speak as though they worked for no consideration. I happen to consider Elizabeth to the tune of £16 per annum and the girl 10, £26 a year all told. And if that is not consideration of the most acute and lively kind, I should like to know what is.
Yes, Jack, I expect you're right.
I have no doubt of it, my dear. It's sheer weak-mindedness to think otherwise.
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, we rang the bell, Nancy. But go on, my dear. Tell her why we rang the bell.
Oh, yes, we want some coal on the fire, Nancy, please.
Very well, madam.
And after you do that, Nancy, you may as well light the gas. This darkness in the afternoon is getting beyond endurance.
Yes, sir.
You're looking very impudent and pretty this afternoon, Nancy. Do you know that?
Oh, I don't know at all, sir, I'm sure.
What is it, another broken heart added to your list?
I wasn't aware of breaking any hearts, sir.
I'm sure that's not true. And that complexion of yours, that's not true either. I wonder what mysterious lotions you've been employing to enhance your natural beauty.
I'm quite natural, sir, I promise you.
What are your secrets? Perhaps you could pass them on to Mrs. Manningham and help banish her pallor. She would be most grateful, I have no doubt.
I'd be most happy to, I'm sure, sir.
Or are women too jealous of their discoveries to pass them on to a rival?
I don't know, sir. Will that be all you're wanting, sir?
Yes, that's all I want, Nancy. Except my tea.
It'll be coming directly, sir.
Oh, Jack, how can you treat me like that?
But, my dear, you're the mistress of the house. It was your business to tell her to put the coal on.
No, it isn't that. It's humiliating me like that. That girl laughs at me enough already.
Laughs at you? What an idea. What makes you think she laughs at you?
I know that she does in secret. In fact, she does so openly, more openly every day.
But, my dear, if she does that, does not the fault lie with you?
You mean that I'm a laughable person?
I don't mean anything. It's you who read meanings into everything, Bella, dear. I wish you weren't such a perfect little silly. Now come here and stop it. I've just thought of something rather nice.
What is it, Jack? What have you thought of?
I read here that Mr. McNaughton, the celebrated actor, is in London for another season.
Yes, I read that. What of it, Jack?
What of it? Well, what do you suppose?
Oh, Jack, do you mean it? Would you take me to see McNaughton? You wouldn't take me to see McNaughton, would you?
I not only would take you to see McNaughton, my dear, I'm going to take you to see McNaughton. That is, if you want to go.
Oh, Jack, what heaven. What perfect heaven.
You can see him in comedy or tragedy, according to your choice. Which would you prefer, Bella, the comedy or the tragedy?
Oh, it's so hard to say. Which would you choose if you were me?
That depends, doesn't it, upon whether you want to laugh or whether you want to cry?
Oh, well, I want to laugh. But then I should like to cry, too. Oh, Jack, dear, what made you decide to take me?
Well, my dear, you've been very good lately, and I thought it would be well to take you out of yourself.
Oh, Jack, dear, it's true, it's true. All I need is to be taken out of myself. Just some little change. To have some attention from you. I could really try to be better. If only I could get out of myself a little more.
How do you mean, my dear, exactly better?
Well, you know in what way, dear. About all that's happened lately.
Let's not speak about that.
No, dear, I don't want to be gloomy, dear. That's the last thing I want to be. I only want you to understand. Say you understand.
Well, my dear, don't I seem to? Haven't I just said I'm taking you to the theater? Well, which is it to be, Bella, the comedy or the tragedy?
Oh, which shall it be? It matters so little. It matters so wonderfully little. I'm going to the play. Do you understand that, my husband? I'm going to the play.
I brought your tea, sir.
Put it on the table, Nancy.
Just as you wish, madam.
Tell me, Nancy, if you were being taken to the theater and had to choose between comedy and tragedy, which would you choose?
Oh, I'd go for the comedy all the time.
Oh, why would you choose the comedy, Nancy?
I like to laugh, madam, I suppose.
Well, I dare say you're right. I must bear it in mind. Mr. Manningham's taking me next week, you see.
Oh, yes? I hope you enjoy it. Will that be all, madam?
You may go, Nancy.
Yes, sir.
You seem wonderfully pleased with yourself, Bella, dear. I must take you to the theater more often if this is the result.
Oh, Jack, I wish you would. Do have your tea now. I used to adore these muffins as a child. We haven't had them since we've been married, have we? Or have we? Jack?
I don't know. I'm sure I don't know. Bella.
What is it? What's the matter?
I have no desire to upset you, Bella, but I have just observed something that is very much amiss. If you will rectify it at once while I am not looking, we will assume that it has not happened.
Amiss? Well, what's amiss? Jack, please don't turn your back on me. What has happened?
Are you trying to make a fool of me, Bella? What I refer to is on the wall behind you. If you will put it back, I will say no more about it.
The wall behind me? What? Yes, the picture. The picture's been taken down. Who's taken it down? Why has it been taken down?
Yes, why is it being taken down? Why, indeed. You alone can answer that, Bella. Now, will you please take it from wherever you have hidden it and put it back on the wall again?
No, but I haven't hidden it, Jack. I haven't hidden it. Someone else must have done it.
Someone else? Are you suggesting that I should play such a fantastic and wicked trick?
Oh, no, dear, no, but someone else.
Certainly the servants would not have done so without permission or instruction.
But I didn't touch that picture.
Will you please leave go of me and sit down there? You're mad, Bella, and you don't know what you do. You unhappy wretch, you're stark, gibbering mad like your wretched mother before you.
Jack, you promised you'd never say that again.
The time has come, my dear Bella, to face facts.
Jack, I'm going to make a last appeal to you. I'm going to make a last appeal. I'm desperate, Jack. Can't you see that I'm desperate?
Go on, say what you wish to say.
I may be going mad, like my poor mother. But if I am mad, you've got to treat me gently. Jack, I never lie to you knowingly. If I've taken down that picture from its place, I've not known it. I've not known it. Jack, if I steal your things, your rings, your keys, your pencils, and your handkerchiefs, and you find them later at the bottom of my sewing box, as indeed you do, then I do not know that I've done it. Jack, if I commit these fantastic and meaningless mischiefs, so meaningless, why should I take down a picture from its place? If I do all these things, then I'm certainly going off my head. I must be treated kindly and gently so that I may get well. You must bear with me, Jack. Bear with me. I'm trying, Jack. I'm trying. Please believe that I'm trying and be kind to me.
Bella, my dear, have you any idea where that picture is now?
Yes, I suppose it's behind the cupboard.
Will you please go and see?
Yes. Yes. Yes, it's here.
Then you did know where it was, Bella.
No, I only supposed it was because it was found there before. It was found there twice before.
Now, Bella, as I said a moment ago, we have got to face facts, and that is what we have got to do. I'm not going to say any more about it at the moment, for my feelings are running too high. In fact, I am going out immediately, and I suggest that you go up to your room and lie down for a little in the dark.
Oh, no, not to my room. Please, don't send me to my room.
There is no question of sending you to your room, Bella. You know perfectly well you may do exactly as you please. Now, my dear, I'm going to leave you in peace.
Have you got to go? Must you always leave me alone after these dreadful scenes?
Now, no argument, please. I had to leave you in any case after tea. I'm merely leaving a little earlier, that's all. Oh, by the way, Bella, I shall be passing the grocer, and I may as well pay that bill of his and have it done with. Where is it, my dear? I gave it to you, didn't I?
Yes, dear, it's on the secretary.
Where is it, my dear? Is it in one of these drawers?
No, it's on the top. I put it there this afternoon.
Are you sure, dear? There's nothing here except some writing paper.
Jack, I'm quite sure it is there. Will you look carefully?
All right, my dear, all right. I'll find it. No, it's not here. It must be in one of the drawers.
No, it is not in one of the drawers. I put it up there on the top. You're not going to tell me this is gone, are you?
Will you calm yourself?
Where is it? Now you're going to say
what new trick is this you're playing upon me?
It was there this afternoon. I put it there. This is a plot.
Control yourself? Will you control yourself? Now you listen to me, madam. If you utter another sound, I'll knock you down and take you to your room and lock you in darkness for a week. I've been too lenient with you, and I mean to alter my tactics.
Help me, Jack. Please help me.
Now listen to me. I'm going to leave you here until 10 o'clock. In that time, you will recover that paper and admit to me that you have lyingly and purposely concealed it. If not, you will take the consequences.
Jack, please be patient with me. If I'm mad, be patient with me.
I have been patient with you and controlled myself long enough. It is now for you to control yourself. Think upon that, Bella.
Oh, Jack, don't go. Jack, you're still going to take me to the theater, aren't you?
What a question to ask me at such a time. No, madam, emphatically I am not. You play fair by me, and I'll play fair by you. If we are going to be enemies, you and I, you will not prosper, believe me.
Jack! Oh, Jack!
Madam.
Yes? What is it, Elizabeth?
There's somebody called, ma'am.
Who is it? I don't want to be disturbed.
It's a gentleman, madam. He wants to see you.
Tell him to go away. I want to be left alone.
Madam, I think you ought to see him.
No.
Will you please come in, sir?
Elizabeth, no, I'm not fit to be seen.
Good evening, Mrs. Manningham. Huh? How are you, Mrs. Manningham?
How do you do? I'm very much afraid. No doubt you've come to see my husband.
Oh, on the contrary, I've chosen this precise moment to call when I knew your husband was out. You may go, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Really, I'm afraid I don't understand at all.
You will do so, madam, very shortly. You're the lady who's going off your head, aren't you?
Made you say that? Who are you?
I'm a police detective.
A police detective?
Or was, some years ago. In fact, Mrs. Manningham, you have in front of you one who was quite a personage in his day. Now, I want you to take a good look at me and see if you're not looking at someone to whom you can give your trust.
Why are you here?
Well, we'll come to that. Now, I want you to answer several questions for me, Mrs. Manningham. First, how long have you been married?
5 years and a little.
Where have you lived all that time? Not here, have you?
No. First we went abroad. Then we lived in Yorkshire. Then 6 months ago, my husband bought this house.
You bought it?
Yes, I had a bit of money. My husband thought it was an excellent investment.
Does your husband always leave you alone like this in the evenings?
Yes, he goes to his club, I believe, and does business.
Ah. Does he give you a free run of the whole house while he's out?
Yes. Well, no. Not the top floor. Why do you ask?
Before I go any further, Mrs. Manningham, I must tell you there's a leakage in this household. You have a maid, Nancy?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Nancy walks out of an evening with a young man named Booker in my employ. I live only a few streets away from you, you know.
Yes.
Well, there's hardly anything that goes on in this house which is not described in detail to Booker, and from that quarter it reaches me.
I knew it. I knew that she talked.
I fancy because of her indiscretion, you are going to be heavily in debt to your Miss Nancy.
What do you mean? You must explain.
Well, shortly, madam. Now tell me, have you ever been up to the top floor?
No, no one goes up there.
Mrs. Manning, I want to ask you a personal question. When did you first get the notion that your reason was playing at tricks?
How did you know?
Well, never mind how I know. When did it begin?
I always had that dread. My mother died insane when she was quite young. When she was my age. But only in the last 6 months in this house, things began to happen.
You interest me beyond measure. What things began to happen?
I don't know what to say. It all sounds so incredible. But it's when I'm alone at night. I get the idea that somebody's walking about up there. Up there on the top floor. At night when my husband's out, I hear noises from my bedroom, but I'm too afraid to go up.
It never struck you, did it, that it might be your own husband walking about up there?
Yes, that is what I thought. But I thought I must be mad.
Why did you think it was he?
It was the light. The gas light. In this house, I can tell everything by the light of the gas. You see that mantle there?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's burning full. But if an extra light went on in the kitchen or someone lit it in the bedroom, then this one would sink down.
Yes, insufficient pressure.
Well, every night after he goes out, I find myself waiting for something. Then all at once, I look round the room, and I see that the light is slowly going down. I go up to my bedroom, but I daren't stay there because I hear noises overhead. I want to scream and run out of the house. I sit here for hours, terrified, waiting for him to come back. And I always know when he's coming, always, because suddenly the light goes up again. And in 10 minutes afterwards, I hear his key in the lock. And he's back again.
I think you've made a very remarkable discovery, one which may have very far-reaching consequences.
Far-reaching? How?
Well, now, let's leave that alone for a moment. Tell me, that's not the only cause, is it, which has lately given you reason to doubt your sanity? Now, don't be afraid to tell me.
Yes, there are other things. It's been going on for so long, this business of the gas has just brought it to a head, but it seems that my mind and my memory are beginning to play me tricks.
Tricks? What sort of tricks?
Mr. Manningham gives me things to look after, and when he asks for them, they're gone and can never be found. I hunt the place for them, and he will find them lying hidden at the bottom of my workbox. Only today, before you came, that picture had been taken down from the wall and hidden. Now, who could have done it but myself? I try to remember. I break my heart trying to remember. But I can't. And then there was that terrible business about the dog.
Dog?
Yes. We have a little dog. A few weeks ago it was found with its paw hurt. He believes... How can I tell you what he believes? that I had hurt the dog.
Oh, no.
He keeps it in the kitchen, and I'm not allowed to see it. So I begin to doubt, don't you see? I begin to believe that I imagine everything. Perhaps I do. Are you here? Is this a dream, too?
I assure you, you are not dreaming, madam. Mrs. Manningham, did you ever hear of the cabman's friend?
The cabman's friend?
Yeah, her name was Barlow, Alice Barlow. She was an old lady of great wealth and decided eccentricities. In fact, her principal mania in life was the protection of cabmen. She provided these men with shelters, clothing, pensions, so forth. And that was her little contribution to the sum of the world's happiness, or rather, her little stand against the sum of the world's pain. It was not my privilege to know her, but it was my duty on one occasion to see her. That was when her throat was cut open. She lay dead on the floor of her own house.
Oh, horrible. You mean she was murdered?
Yes, she was murdered. Murder was never discovered, but the motive was obvious enough. Her husband had left her the Barlow rubies, and it was well known that she kept them without any proper precautions in her bedroom on an upper floor.
But I
Murderer seemed to have got in about 10 in the night and stayed till dawn. There were only a few trinkets taken, but the whole house had been turned upside down. In the upper room, even the cushions of the chairs were ripped up with his bloody knife, and the police decided it must have been the work of a revengeful maniac as well as a robber. I had other theories, but I was nobody then and not in charge of the case.
And was the man never found?
No, Mrs. Manning, the man was never found, nor have the Barlow rubies ever come to light.
Well, then perhaps he found them after all and may be alive today.
I think he's almost certainly alive today, but I don't believe he found what he wanted. That is, if my theory is right.
Then the jewels may still be where the old lady hid them?
Mrs. Manningham, if my theory is right, the jewels must still be where she hid them. And do you conceive it possible, Mrs. Manningham, that man might never have given up hope of one day getting the treasure which he could not find the night of the murder?
Yes, possibly. But what has this to do with me?
Can you conceive that he may have waited years, gone abroad, got married even, until at last his chance came to resume the search begun on that terrible night?
Yes.
You know, Mrs. Manningham, the old theory that the criminal always returns to the scene of his crime?
Yes.
Yes, but in this case there's something more than that morbid compulsion. There's real treasure there to be unearthed if only he can search again. Search methodically, without fear of interruptions, without causing suspicion. How would he do that? Don't you think... What's the matter, Mrs. Manningham?
Quiet. Be quiet, he's come back. Look at the light. It's going down. Wait. There. He's come back, you see. He's upstairs now.
Yeah, me, that's very odd, that is. Very odd indeed.
He's in the house, I tell you must go. You know you're here, you must go.
How dark it is, you could hardly see to read.
Go, he's in the house, please,
quiet,
go.
Quiet, Mrs. Manningham, quiet. You've got to keep your head. Don't you see my meaning yet? Don't you understand that this was the house?
House? What house?
The old woman's house. The house here, these rooms, these walls. 15 years ago, Alice Barlow lay dead on the floor in this room. 15 years ago, the man who murdered her ransacked this house but could not find what he sought. What if he's still searching, Mrs. Manningham? What if he's up there, still searching?
But my husband is up there.
Precisely that, Mrs. Manningham. Your husband. You see, I'm afraid you're married to a tolerably dangerous gentleman.
The idea is mad. I've been married 5 years. How can you imagine my husband is what you imagine he may be?
Why, ma'am, because I was on the case when the police came to this place 15 years ago. You can understand there's a great deal of routine work to be done, interviewing your relatives, friends, and so forth. Well, most of that was left to me.
Well?
Among those I interviewed was a young man of the name of Sidney Power.
Power?
Sidney Power. Conveys nothing to you?
Power? No.
He was a kind of distant cousin. The only thing was that I remembered his face. Well, I saw that face again just a few weeks ago. Took me a whole day to recollect where I'd seen it before, and at last I remembered it.
Well, what if you did remember it?
Yeah, well, what startled me was the lady on his arm and the locality in which I saw him.
Who was the lady on his arm?
You were the lady on his arm, Mrs. Manningham, and you were walking down this street.
You mean you think my husband is this Mr. Power?
Well, if my theories are correct.
But what are you saying? You stand there talking riddles. You're so cold. You're as heartless and cold as he is.
Now, Mrs. Manningham, I'm not cold and I'm not talking riddles. I'm just trying to preserve a cold and calculating tone because you are up against the most awful moment in your life, and your whole future depends on what you're going to do this next hour. Nothing less. You've got to strike for your freedom and strike now. For the moment may not come again.
Strike?
Mrs. Manningham, you are not going out of your mind. You are slowly, methodically, systematically being driven out of your mind. And why? Because you're married to a criminal maniac who steals back to his own house at night, still searching for something he could not find 15 years ago. These are the facts, wild and incredible as they seem. Now, every night for the last few weeks, he has entered his house next door from the back, climbed to the roof, and come into his house by the skylight. I know that because I've watched him. Mrs. Merriam, so far I'm only dealing in guesses and half facts. I've got to have evidence, and that's why I've come to see you. You've got to give me the evidence or help me find it.
This is my husband, don't you understand? This is my husband. You must go. I must think this out. I must cling to the man I married, mustn't I?
Oh, indeed, cling to him by all means, but do not imagine you are the only piece of ivy on the garden wall. You can cling to him if you desire, as his fancy women in the low resorts of the town cling to him. This is the sort of wall you have to cling to, ma'am.
Women? What are you suggesting?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm only telling you what I've seen. He comes to life at night, this gentleman upstairs, in more ways than one. I've made it my business to follow him in some of his less serious excursions, and I can promise you he has a taste in unemployed actresses which he's at no pains to conceal.
In heaven, what am I to believe?
Madam, do I have your trust?
What do you want me to do? What do you want?
I want his papers, Mrs. Merriam, his identity.
Papers? I know of no papers, unless his desk. It's there, but he keeps it always locked. I've never seen it open.
Very well, you should see it open now. Do you mind if I take off my coat? Mrs. Merriam, one of the greatest regrets of my life is that fate never made me one of two things. One was a gardener and the other a burglar. Both quiet occupations. Now, as for burgling, I think if I'd started young and worked up my way, I should have been a genius.
But you must not touch his desk. He'll know what you've done.
Not if we are clever enough. You see, Mrs. Merriam, they're always...
Haven't you noticed something? Look. Can't you see? The light. It's going up. He's coming back. He's coming back, and you must go.
Oh, bless myself. This looks as if the unexpected has entered in. Very well. You must ring for Elizabeth.
Well, why do you want Elizabeth?
There's no time to waste. Ring for Elizabeth, madam.
Very well, but you must go. Please, please.
All in good time. Now, he's not going to jump in through the window, you know. In fact, he can't be round the front door in less than 5 minutes. Unless he's a magician.
Please, please go.
Yes, madam.
Elizabeth, come here, will you?
Yes, sir.
Elizabeth, you and I have got to do a little quite calm but rather quick thinking. Now, you told me you're anxious to help your mistress, Elizabeth?
Why, yes, sir. I told you I was, sir.
Oh, are you anxious to help her blindly without asking any questions?
Yes, sir, but you see...
Now, come now, Elizabeth. Are you or are you not?
Yes, sir.
Good, good. Now, Elizabeth, Mrs. Manning and I have reason to suppose that about 5 minutes' time the master is returning to this house. He mustn't see me leaving. Now, would you be good enough to take me down to your kitchen and hide me away for a short space of time? You can put me in the oven if you like.
Yes, sir, but
you see... You must go. He won't see you if you go now.
Yeah, what were you saying, Elizabeth?
You could come to the kitchen, sir, but Nancy's down there, sir.
Yes, we'll find another place. Where are you going to hide me, Elizabeth?
Through the door behind you, sir, is where he dresses, where he keeps his clothes. There's a big wardrobe there at the back.
It'll have to suffice, yes. Now, we really have to hurry. Get off to bed, Mrs. Manning, quick. And you, Elizabeth, get back to your work.
To bed? Am I to go to bed?
Yes, and quickly.
But if I go to bed...
Will you go, in heaven's name? There's not a second to spare. Hurry!
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, I did. Where is Mrs. Manningham, Elizabeth?
I think she's gone to bed, sir. I think she had a headache and went to bed.
Oh, indeed. And how long has she been in bed, do you know?
She went just a little while ago, sir. I think, sir.
Oh, I see. Then we must be quiet, mustn't we? Walk about like cats. Can you walk about like a cat, Elizabeth?
Yes, sir. I think so, sir.
Very well, then. Walk about like a cat. That will be all, Elizabeth.
Excuse me, sir. But were you going to have some supper, sir?
Oh, yes, I'm going to have some supper, Elizabeth. I'm having it out. I have just come home to change my linen. What did you think about Mrs. Manningham tonight, Elizabeth?
What way do you mean, sir?
Oh, just as regards her general health.
I don't know, sir. She certainly seems very unwell.
Yes, I doubt if you can guess to what extent she's unwell. Or are you beginning to guess?
I don't know, sir.
I'm at my wit's end, Elizabeth. You know that, don't you?
I expect you are, sir.
I've tried everything, kindness, patience, cunning, even harshness to bring her to her senses. But nothing will stop these wild hallucinations. Nothing will stop these wicked pranks and tricks.
It seems very terrible, sir.
Oh, you don't know a quarter of it, Elizabeth. You only see what is forced upon your attention. You have no conception of what goes on all the time. You know, don't you, that I shall have to bring a doctor to see Mrs. Manningham before very long. I've fought against it to the last, but it can't be kept a secret much longer.
No, sir.
I mean to say, you know what goes on. You can testify to what goes on, can't you?
Indeed, sir. Yes.
Indeed, you may have to testify in the end, Elizabeth. You realize that, don't you?
Yes, sir. I only want to do what's best for both of you.
You're a very loyal soul, Elizabeth. And you will be repaid for your loyalty.
I only want to serve, sir.
Yes, I know that. Well, Elizabeth, I'm going out. In fact, I'm even going to try to be a little gay. Can you understand that, Elizabeth, or do you think it's very wrong?
Oh, no, sir. You should get all the pleasure you can, sir, while you can.
I wonder. Yes, I wonder. It's a curious existence, isn't it? Well, good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, sir. Good night.
Well, now, Elizabeth, the master's safely out the house, so I think you might go and get Mrs. Manningham.
Yes, sir. I'll get her, sir.
I was watching from the window and saw him go.
Good, madam. Elizabeth, we've been so occupied this evening that the tea things haven't been returned to the kitchen. You'll see to it, won't you?
Yes, sir.
What did he want? What did he come back for?
He only came back to change his clothes, madam. If you need me, madam, I'll be nearby.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Now, let's have another look at this disc. Let's try this one. There we are. Let's see. Doesn't seem to be much here, does there? When she got there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor detective...
What's that you have in your hand? What's that you have in your hand?
Why, you recognize this?
Why, yes, that's my brooch. Is there anything else there? Oh, look, it's my watch.
Was also your property, then?
It's this watch I lost a week ago. My brooch has been missing 3 months. And he said he would give me no more gifts because I lost them. He said that in my wickedness I hid them away. Oh, Inspector, is there anything else? Is there a bill there? Is there a grocery bill?
Grocery bill? No, doesn't seem to be. Perhaps in the second drawer. No. Doesn't seem to fit, does it? Has it ever been opened to your knowledge?
I think he has a special lock on it.
Well, we just have to force it.
But you must not do that. What shall I say to my husband when he comes back?
I've no idea what you will say when he comes back, Mrs. Manningham, but then I have no idea what you will do if I have no evidence to remove you from his loving care.
I'm afraid. What can I do?
There's only one thing to do. I'm going to force it and gamble on finding something. Are you with me?
No, but don't you see that... All right, force it, but be quick.
Now, let's have a look.
Is there anything there?
Mr. Manningham, letters, papers, No, we've lost our gamble. Nothing we want here.
What are we going to do?
Well, first, let's get these things back to begin with. The watch?
Yes, here.
The brooch?
Yes, here it is.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of jewelry. Where did he give it you?
Soon after we were married. But it was only second-hand.
How did you know?
There's an inscription to someone else inside. It says from CB to AB.
From CB to AB? How very odd. What are these spaces here for?
Well, there were some beads in it, but they were all loose and falling out, so I took them out.
Have you got them by any chance?
Yes, I think so. I put them in the vase on the mantel.
May I see them, please?
Yes, they should still be here.
There should be 9 altogether, I think.
That's right. Yes, here they are. Yes, they're all here.
Let me see. Oh, how very odd. My dear Mrs. Manningham, have you ever been embraced by an elderly detective in his shirt sleeves?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, that is your immediate fate at this moment. Oh, my dear Mrs. Manningham, don't you understand? Don't you see?
No, what are you so excited about?
Madam, you are looking at the Barlow rubies. These beads are 12,000 pounds worth of rubies. Take a good look at them before they go to Her Majesty the Queen.
And I had them all the time.
All because he could not resist a little common theft along with a big game. Well, it's I'm after the big game now. What time do you think he'll be back?
I don't know. He's not usually in until 11.
Oh, well, then we put the brooch back where we found it, on the down there, on the right.
On the
That's
right,
yes. Now, I want you to go to your room. Lock your door and do not leave your room under any circumstances.
Oh, please don't leave me. I have a feeling. Don't leave me.
You have nothing to fear so long as you remain in your room with your door locked. Now, you'll do that, won't you?
Yes, Inspector. I'll say my headache is worse. Only don't make me stay there long. I'm so afraid.
You are listening to the Best Plays production of Angel Street by John Patrick, starring Vincent Price, Judith Evelyn, and Melville Cooper, with Elizabeth Eustace and Marjorie Maud. In a moment, we will return with Act Two. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. And now, before we resume with Act Two of John Patrick's Angel Street on Best Plays, here is John Chapman.
The season of 1941-1942 had another thriller, too. It was Uncle Harry by Thomas Job, which, by the way, we'll be doing later in this series. It was wartime then, and a good many dramas dealt with national and international affairs. John Huston, the movie writer and director, collaborated on a best play called In Time to Come, about Woodrow Wilson and the League of Nations. John Steinbeck had a drama about Nazi brutality, The Moon is Down. Maxwell Anderson also did one about the Germans, Candle in the Wind. There was still another good war play, Letters to Lucerne. But not all of Broadway was serious. Noel Coward came up with one of his happiest comedies, Blithe Spirit, and Jerome Chodoroff and Joseph Fields hit another laughing jackpot with Junior Miss. Patrick Hamilton, who was a Londoner, wrote his melodrama about Mr. and Mrs. Manningham before the war under the title of Gaslight. It was a great success in London, but it went begging in New York for 2 years until producer Shepard Traub took a chance on it and changed its name. A very good movie was made under the original title of Gaslight. But now we should be moving into the second act of our play, which is Angel Street. It is now 11 o'clock. In the living room of the house on Angel Street, Mr. Manningham has just returned. He enters the room and in a slow and deliberate way pulls the bell cord. After a few moments, the door opens and Nancy enters.
Yes, sir? Nancy, will you please go upstairs and tell Mrs. Manningham that I wish to see her down here?
If I may say so, sir, I doubt if she'll come. Elizabeth says she has an headache and is trying to sleep.
Oh. Did you ever know a time when Mrs. Manningham did not have a headache, Nancy?
No, sir, hardly ever, sir.
Will you be so good as to come a little closer, Nancy, where I can see you?
Yes, sir.
What do you do with your evenings, Nancy?
I usually spend them with friends, sir.
You know, Nancy, when you say friends, I have an extraordinary idea that you mean gentlemen friends.
Well, sir, possibly I might.
You know, gentlemen friends have been known to take decided liberties with young ladies like yourself. Are you alive to such a possibility?
Oh, no, sir, not with me. I can look after myself.
And are you always so anxious to look after yourself?
No, sir. Not always, perhaps.
You know, Nancy, pretty as your bonnet is, it's not anything near so pretty as your hair beneath it. Won't you take it off and let me see?
Very good, sir. Comes off easy enough. There. Is there anything more you want, sir?
Yes, possibly. Come here, Nancy.
Yes, sir. Is there anything you want, sir? What do you want, eh? What do you want? There. Can she do that for you? Can she do that?
Why, who can you be talking about, Nancy?
You know who I mean, all right.
You know you're a very remarkable girl in many respects, Nancy. Why, I believe you're jealous of your mistress.
There's no need to be jealous of her. You're mine now, ain't you? Because you want me. You do want me, don't you?
And what of you, Nancy? Do you want me?
Oh, yes, I always wanted you, ever since I first clapped eyes on you.
Well, Nancy, you've taken me a little by surprise. We shall talk this over tomorrow.
Well, you let me know when she's about.
Oh, I'll find a way, Nancy. I don't believe Mrs. Manningham will be here tomorrow. I don't think that...
What is it, your lordship? Why are you looking that way?
That desk drawer. Somebody's been tampering with it. See there, the wood split.
It's her, I'll be bound.
Nancy, will you please go upstairs and take a message for me to Mrs. Manningham?
Yes, what do you want me to say?
Will you please tell her that I wish to see her down here this instant, whether she is suffering from a sick headache or any other form of ailment?
Just like that, sir.
Just like that, Nancy.
With the greatest of pleasure, sir.
Well, Nancy, she won't come.
She says she can't come. She's not well enough. She's just shamming, if you ask me.
Oh, really? Then she forces me to be undignified and go to her.
The door's locked. I tried it, and she won't. Give her what for, won't you? Give her what for, won't you? Ta-ta.
There you are, Bella. Come and sit down in this chair, please.
Where's the dog?
Dog? What dog?
You said you had the dog. Have you heard it again?
Again? This is strange talk, Bella, after what you did to the little dog a few weeks ago. Come and sit down here.
I do not wish to speak to you. I'm not well. I thought you had the dog and were going to hurt it. That's why I came down.
The dog, my dear Bella, was merely a ruse to compel you to pay me a visit quietly. Come and sit down where I told you.
No.
Come and sit down where I told you.
That's what you want.
I want quite a good deal, Bella. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. We have plenty of time.
Say what you have to say.
Now, you are not sitting in the chair that I indicated, Bella.
What are you to say?
Are you afraid of me that you desire to get so near the door?
No, I'm not afraid of you.
No? Then you have a good deal of courage, my dear. However, will you now come and sit down where I told you?
Yes.
Sit down. Do you know what you reminded me of, Bella, as you walked across the room?
No, what did I remind you of?
A somnambulist, Bella. Have you ever seen such a person?
No, I've never seen one.
Haven't you? Not that funny, glazed, dazed look of the wandering mind, the body that acts without the soul to guide it. I've often thought you had that look, Bella, but it was never so strong as it was tonight.
And my mind is not wandering.
No? When I came in tonight, Bella, I was told you had gone to bed.
Yes, I'd gone to bed.
Then may I ask why you are still fully dressed?
I don't know.
You don't know? Do you know anything about anything you do?
I don't know. I forgot to undress.
You forgot to undress. A curious oversight, if I may say so, Bella. You know, you give me the appearance of having had rather an exciting time since I last saw you. Almost as though you'd been up to something. Have you been up to anything?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you find that bill I told you to find?
No.
Do you remember what I said would happen to you if you did not find that bill when I returned tonight?
No.
No? No? The array of your mental and physical deficiencies is growing almost overwhelming. I would advise you to answer me.
What do you want me to say?
What was it I asked you to remember?
I don't understand your words. You talk round and round. My head is going round and round.
Not necessary to tell me that, Bella. I was just wondering if it might interrupt its gyratory motion for a fraction of a second and concentrate upon the present conversation. Now, please, what was it I, a moment ago, asked you if you remembered?
You asked me if I remembered. what you said would happen to me if I did not find that bill.
Admirable, my dear Bella, admirable. We shall make a great logician of you yet. A Socrates, a John Stuart Mill. You shall go down to history as the shining mind of your day. That is, if your present history does not altogether submerge you, take you away from your fellow creatures. And there is a danger of that, you know. Well, what did I say I would do to you if you did not find that bill?
You said you would lock me up.
And do you believe me to be a man of my word?
Huh?
Yet you did not find the bill I instructed you to find.
No.
Did you look for it?
Yes.
Where did you look for it?
Oh, around the room.
Around the room? Where around the room? In my desk, for instance?
No, not in your desk.
Why not in my desk?
Your desk is locked.
Do you imagine you can lie to me?
I'm not lying.
Come here, Bella.
What do you want?
Now you listen to me. Your dark, confused, rambling mind has led you into playing some pretty tricks tonight, has it not?
My mind is tired. I want to go to bed.
Your mind indeed is tired. Your mind is so tired it can no longer work at all. You do not think, you dream. Dream all day long. Dream everything. Dream maliciously and incessantly. Don't you know that by now, you sleepwalking imbecile? What have you been dreaming tonight? Where is your mind wandered that you have split open my desk? What strange disease dream have you had tonight, eh?
Dream? Are you saying I've dreamed? Dreamed all that happened?
All that happened when, Bella, tonight? Of course you dreamed all that happened, or rather all that did not happen.
Dreamed? Tonight, are you saying I've dreamed? What have I dreamed? Have I dreamed again?
Have I not told you?
I haven't dreamed. I haven't. Don't tell me I've dreamed anything. Don't tell me.
What was this dream of yours, Bella? You interest me.
I dreamt of a man. I dreamt of a man.
You dreamed of a man? What man did you dream of, pray?
A man that came to see me. Oh, let me rest.
Pull yourself together, Bella. What man are you talking about?
I dreamed a man came
I
here.
know you dreamed it, you gibbering wretch. I want to hear more about this man of whom you dreamed. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
I dream. I dream.
Was I any part of this curious dream of yours, Mrs. Manningham? Perhaps my presence here will help you recall it.
May I ask who the devil you are and how you got in here?
Well, who I am seems a little doubtful. Apparently, I'm a mere figment of Mrs. Manningham's imagination. As to how I got in, I came in, or rather, I came back. Or better still, I effected an entrance a few minutes before you, and I've been hidden away ever since.
Would you be kind enough to tell me what you are doing here?
Waiting for some friends, Mr. Manningham. Waiting for some friends. Don't you think you'd better go to bed, Mrs. Manningham? You look very tired.
Don't you think you had better explain your business, sir?
Well, as a mere figment, as a mere ghost existing only in your wife's mind, I can hardly be said to have any business. Tell me, Mr. Manningham, can you see me? No doubt your wife can, but it must be difficult for you. Now, perhaps if she goes to her room, I will vanish, and you won't be bothered by me anymore.
Bella, go to your room. I shall find out the meaning of this and deal with you in due course.
Jack?
Go to your room, Bella. I will call you down later. I have not finished with you yet, madam.
Hello? I believe you're wrong there, Manningham. I believe that is just what you have done.
Done what?
Finished with your wife, my friend.
Who are you, sir?
I have no name, Manningham. In my present capacity, I am, as I pointed out, a mere spirit. Perhaps a spirit of something that you have evaded all your life. But in my case, only a spirit. Will you have a cigar with a spirit? We might have to wait some time.
Are you going to tell me your business, sir? Or am I going to fetch a policeman and have you turned out?
Oh, an admirable idea. I could have thought of nothing better myself. Yes, fetch a policeman, Manningham. Have me turned out. Huh? Why do you wait?
Alternatively, sir, I can turn you out myself.
Yes, but why not fetch a policeman?
You give me the impression, sir, of having something up your sleeve. Will you please go on with what you were saying?
Yes, certainly. Where was I? Yes. Excuse me, Manningham. You get the same impression as myself?
Impression? What impression?
An impression that the light is going down in this room.
I had not noticed it.
Oh, there now. Perhaps it's more noticeable. Do you perceive it, Mr. Manningham? Eerie, isn't it? Now we're almost in the dark. What do you think's happened, huh? You don't suppose a light has been put on somewhere else? You don't suppose there are other spirits, fellow spirits of mine, spirits of justice even, which have caught up with you at last, Mr. Manningham?
Are you off your head, sir?
No, sir, just an old man seeing ghosts. Must be the atmosphere of this house. You know one ghost I can see, Mr. Manning? You could hardly believe it.
What ghost do you see?
I see the ghost of an old woman, sir. An old woman who once lived in this house. An old woman getting ready to go to bed at the end of the day. Now I seem to see another ghost as well. I see the ghost of a young man, Mr. Manningham. Handsome, tall, well-groomed young man. But this young man has murder in his eyes. Why, bless my soul. He might be you, Mr. Manningham. He might be you. The old woman sees him. She screams for help. Screams before her throat is cut open with a knife.
What's your game, eh? What's your game?
I want you to take a look at this trinket, sir. Do you recognize it?
It's a brooch which I gave my wife.
A brooch which she didn't appreciate, huh? How wicked of her. But then, you see, she didn't know its value. How was she to know that it held the Barlow rubies?
Oh, what?
There you are, sir. You killed one woman for these, and you tried to drive another out of her mind. And all the time they lay on your own desk. And all they have brought you is a rope around your neck, Mr. Sidney Power.
You seem, sir, to have some very remarkable information. Do you imagine that you are going to leave this room with such information in your possession?
Do you imagine, sir, that you were going to leave this room without suitable escort?
May I ask what you mean by that?
Only I have men in the house already. Didn't you realize they had signaled their arrival from above? Your own way in, Mr. Manningham, when the lights went down?
You fail to intimidate me, sir. I do not believe you.
Then perhaps you'll be convinced if you will open the doorway to the hall. You will find 2 policemen there.
What the devil's this?
Take him, gentlemen.
Here you go. Leave go of me. Leave go of me. Here's a fine way of going on. Here's
the bell cord here. Tied with him.
Go of me.
Sidney Charles Power, I have a warrant for your arrest for the murder of Alice Barlow. I should warn you that anything you may now say will be taken down in writing and used as evidence at a later date. Now, will you accompany us to the station in a peaceful manner? You will oblige us all and serve your own interests best by coming quietly. Very well, take him away.
Inspector off.
Yes, my dear?
Inspector.
Yes?
I want to speak to my husband.
Surely there's nothing to be...
I want to speak to him alone.
Alone?
I beg of you to allow me. I shan't keep him long.
Well, I don't quite understand, but... All right, very well. You may speak to him alone. Make him fast in this chair. It's anything but in order, but, well, we'll wait outside.
I do not want you to listen.
No, we will not listen. All right, gentlemen, outside.
Jack, what have they done to you? What have they done?
It's all right, Bella. You're clever, my darling, terribly clever. Now, get something to cut this rope. I can get out through the dressing room window and make a jump for it. Can you get something, Bella?
Yes, I can get something. What can I get?
There's a razor in my dressing room, Bella. Will you get it for me? Quick, Bella.
A razor?
Quick, be a good girl. There's a good girl. Quick,
I'll
Bella.
get it for you.
Quick, be quick. Hurry, Bella, hurry.
I've got it.
Yes.
It is.
Yes. Open the case, Bella. Open it and cut me loose.
Jack.
Yes.
There's a grocery bill. The grocery bill was in your razor case. You see, dear, I didn't lose it. I told you I didn't.
Cut me loose, Bella.
But, Jack, how did this bill get in there?
I was mistaken about the grocery bill, Bella. Use that razor quick.
What? Razor? Razor? Are you suggesting this is a razor I hold in my hand? Have you gone mad, my husband?
Bella, what are you up to?
Or is it I who am mad? Yes, of course, that's it. It's I who am mad. Of course it was a razor. I've lost it. I've lost it, haven't I?
No, the razor's lying at your feet, Bella. Bring it here.
I'm always losing things. I can never find them. I don't know where I put them.
Bella.
I must look for it, mustn't I? I don't find it. You lock me in my room.
No.
Lock me in the madhouse for my mischief. No. Where could it be now? Could it be behind the picture?
No.
It must be there.
No.
Oh, it's not there. How strange. Where now shall I look? Where shall I... The desk. Perhaps I put it in the desk. Oh, it's not there. How strange. But here's a watch. Here's a bill. See, I found them at last. But they don't help you, do they? I'm trying to help you, aren't I? To help you to escape. How can a mad woman help her husband to escape? What a pity. If I were not mad, I could have helped you. If I were not mad, whatever you had done, I could have pitied and protected you. But because I'm mad, I've hated you. Because I'm mad, I've betrayed you. Because I'm mad, I'm rejoicing in my heart. Without a shred of pity, without a shred of regret. Watching you go with glory in my heart.
Bella! Bella! Bella!
Take this man away. Take him that way. All right, gentlemen. Remove him. Elizabeth, quick. Glass of water for Miss Manningham. There, my dear. Now, come. Sit down. You had a bad time. I came in from nowhere and gave you the most horrible evening of your life. The most horrible evening of anybody's life, I should imagine.
Most horrible. No, the most wonderful. Far and away the most wonderful.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of Angel Street by John Patrick, starring Vincent Price, Judith Evelyn, and Melville Cooper, with Elizabeth Eustace and Marjorie Maud. And here is your host, drama critic John Chapman, with a closing word.
Good old Sergeant Ruff. Mrs. Manningham certainly wasn't a lucky woman, wasn't she? I'd like to thank Miss Evelyn, Mr. Price, and Mr. Cooper for an exciting performance. Next Sunday, the best play of this series will be The Hasty Heart by John Patrick. And this will be another change of pace for us. It is an interesting work, basically a comedy, but with an undertone of compelling sentiment. It's about a wounded soldier and a nurse who brings this boy to a new enjoyment of life. Ann Burr played the nurse in the original production of this best play, and she will act it again next Sunday. John Sylvester will be the young soldier. This is Chapman saying goodbye until then.
Angel Street was adapted for radio by Earl Hamner. Vincent Price was Mr. Manningham, and Judith Evelyn was Mrs. Manningham. Melville Cooper was Sergeant Ruff. Elizabeth was played by Marjorie Maud, and Nancy by Elizabeth Eustace. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Your announcer is Howard Reed. Can you stop your car in time? Ask yourself that question the next time you're on the highway. If the car in front of you should jam on his brakes to avoid a stray dog, if a child should dash across an intersection, if a tire should blow out, could you stop in time to save a life?
Welcome again through the creaking door. The sound which always signifies the beginning of another tale of danger and suspense. Being in the mystery business, our fables often deal with crime and criminals. This time, it's a thief, but a thief with a very definite difference. For Ruth Moody is a young lady who walks into department stores and simply helps herself. Simply because she can't help herself. Yes, You've heard of her peculiar ailment. It's called kleptomania, the neurotic impulse to steal. But kleptomania isn't the only trouble in store for Ruth. Our mystery drama, The Trouble with Ruth, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal and new sugar-free diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We're in Barnett's department store in the downtown shopping district. And if it looks and sounds like a battlefield this morning, it's no different from any other Saturday. Well, maybe a little more so, since Barnett is running its semi-annual clearance sale, just as it does every other month. It's the ideal place and time for bargain hunters, and unfortunately, for shoplifters.
Pardon me, miss?
Yes?
Would you mind coming with me just for a moment, please?
What for?
Our assistant manager, Mr. Hutchins, would like a word with you.
I don't know, Mr. Hutchins. Why should you want to talk to me?
Now, please don't make any trouble. I could call the guard and have you escorted upstairs. You wouldn't want me to do that, now, would you?
Guard? Oh, why? What have I done?
I think you know exactly what you've done now. Will you please come with me quietly? Right in here, please.
It's a mistake. I did take the scarf, but I was going to pay for it.
Here's the lady, Mr. Hutchins.
All right, Bill, thanks.
You want me to stick around?
No, it's all right.
Okay, then I'll get back on the floor. It's murder down there.
More larceny than murder, I'd say.
Right.
Please, sit down.
Mr. Hutchins, I know it looks like I took the scarf deliberately, but really I didn't.
You were going to pay for it at another counter. Is that the idea?
No, I wanted to match the color with the purses, and that's why I put the scarf in my bag. I wanted to go over to the handbag section.
Would you mind telling me your name?
I'm not a shoplifter, so help me, I'm not. My name is Ruth Martin.
Is it Mrs. Martin?
Look at me. Can't you tell I'm not a thief? I don't even know why I took this scarf. It's just a cheap little thing. It's not at all like the clothes I wear. Well, look at me. Can't you tell?
Would you wait just one moment, Mrs. Martin?
What's that you've got?
Oh, it's just a little handbook we keep, sort of a private record book. You see, most of the retailers in this city cooperate in these matters, supplying each other with the names of known kleptomaniacs. I'm sure you've heard that word before.
I am not a thief.
Well, that's what I'm trying to determine, Mrs. Martin. Since there is a significant difference between shoplifters and kleptos, the difference, of course, being our ability to prosecute, since one steals for gain and one because she can't help it. No, I'm afraid I don't see any Ruth Martin in the book.
All right. It's Moody.
Pardon?
My real name is Mrs. Ruth Moody. I didn't want to give you my real name. I didn't want my husband to know
Moody.
about this.
Yes, here it is. Ferraros, 3 spools of thread, pearl buttons from Wilkinson Smith.
Oh, well, the last time it was a handbag. Awful, ugly, beaded thing. It wasn't even worth more than $5 or $6. Are you going to call my husband?
Is that what happened at these other places?
Yes. Oh, it was awful. Please, I have the money to pay for the scarf. I'll gladly pay you twice what it was worth. Please don't let him know it happened again.
Don't you think it's best that he know? Maybe he'll try to help you over the problem.
Don't make me beg you. My husband has a job in the city government, a very important job.
Mrs. Moody, I'm not interested in causing you any trouble, believe me.
Look, here, take this scarf back.
Well, what's this?
Nothing. Some costume jewelry that I bought in another...
Mrs. Moody, you didn't buy this any more than you bought the scarf. It still has the price tag on it.
A
$1.95. That's what makes it so unbelievable, Ruth. $1.95 rhinestone pin.
Don't know why I took it, Ralph, any more than I know what drove me to pick up that awful scarf and just drop it in my bag. Just like those other times.
Yes, but you swore to me that those other times would never be repeated.
Well, I thought it was over. I really did.
I don't understand what goes on in your mind when you do these crazy things.
I don't know. It's just an impulse. It seems so terribly easy. The things are just sitting out in the open the way they are, and I never even stop to think if I like it. Just if I can get away with it.
But you never do. You get caught. Maybe that's part of the sickness, too, huh?
Oh, stop saying I'm sick. I'm not.
Well, what would you call it? Look, honey, you've got to see a doctor. I've told you that a dozen times.
I will not go to a doctor. I can't stand the idea of it, Ralph.
Just talk to one. Give him a chance. Maybe it's something simple. Maybe you're just trying to get punished because of guilt feelings that you can't resolve.
Oh, you're wrong about wanting to get caught. I don't. I swear I don't. I've gotten away with a dozen things.
What? What was that?
Nothing. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
And it isn't just 3-4 times that this has been going on. You're probably out there shoplifting every single day.
That's not true. I almost never go into the stores for exactly that reason.
All right, Ruth. That settles it. You are going to talk to a doctor.
Then, you do remember the first time you stole, Mrs. Moody?
Yes. I remember very well, but it was something I really wanted then, Dr. Berger. That was the big difference.
How old were you?
I was about 8 or 9. I was in school. There was a girl named Fanny Ritter. Her family was very wealthy. She was always the best-dressed girl in the class.
Ah, yes.
She had this pencil box. It was absolutely beautiful, with a blue binding and all sorts of secret compartments. I wanted that pencil box so much. And one day I walked into an empty classroom, and there it was, lying on the seat.
Yes, and were you caught?
No. I was never caught. But that was the biggest thrill of all, not being caught. But then I also realized I couldn't use the pencil box, at least not at school.
Yes, I see.
All kids steal sometimes. There's nothing abnormal about it.
But you're not a child now, are you? And yet you still crave this secret feeling, this secret gratification.
No, you're wrong. I don't get any pleasure out of taking things. I feel terrible afterwards every single time.
Ah, but that may be exactly the gratification you require.
I don't want to hear any more. You sound just like my husband.
Believe me, Mrs. Moody, neither your husband nor I want to find fault with you. We both want to help you.
Well, it's his job my husband is worried about, not me.
Why do you say that?
Because he works for the city government in the comptroller's office, and he's afraid if they ever found out about me that he... Why am I talking about Ralph that way? I know he loves me. I know he wants to help me.
Yes. So why don't you let him try? Let both of us try.
No. I don't need a doctor. All I need is to stay out of department stores. Who is it? All right.
Mrs. Moody?
Yes?
Hi, Mrs. Moody. You don't know me, but my name is Tom Andrea. There's something I have to talk to you about.
I know exactly what it is. Encyclopedias. Or is it magazine subscriptions?
No, ma'am. It's nothing like that.
Well, whatever it is, I'm not interested.
It's about department stores.
What?
You know, stores where people buy things and take things, too, sometimes.
Are you from Barnett?
No, Mrs. Moody, I don't work for Barnett or for Wilkins and Smith or any of those places that you like to shop in. Look, it's pretty drafty out here. Can't I come in for a minute?
All right.
Thank you. Your husband's not home, I suppose. It's a working day, so he's at work, right?
Oh, that's clever thinking.
Can we talk in here?
Only if you get right to the point.
Well, now, look, this ain't the kind of thing you like to just blurt out. I mean, it's kind of sensitive. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
It's about you and your husband and so forth. If you think about it for a while, you'll get my meaning. Am I right?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, you just won't come out with it yourself, huh? Okay, I'll say it for you. I'm talking about you being a shoplifter.
That's a lie. Whoever told you that is a liar.
No. It's true.
Wait a minute. If you think you can blackmail me by telling my husband...
No, Mrs. Moody. We know that your husband knows all about it. He's been getting you out of jams for years.
Then what do you want here?
Well, believe it or not, I want to give you money. I don't want to take any from you.
What for?
Services rendered.
What?
I got a little proposition for you, Mrs. Moody. How would you like to make $1,000?
$1,000? How?
Well, you do like I tell you. You'll get $1,000 in the mail. But if you don't, well, your husband may not be able to make a living anymore. You get what I mean?
No. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about stealing stuff, Mrs. Moody, about that bad habit of yours. Now, we got a use for that habit. And you'd better listen to what we have in mind.
How did you know about me? Who told you about me?
Well, let's just say I got sources.
I swear to you, I'm not a thief.
Yeah, sure, I know that. We know it.
We?
Well, me and my friend. We know you're just a sick lady, that you can't help what you do. It's just like you had pneumonia or hay fever. It's not your fault. Am I right?
That's right.
Yeah, well, it's fine, only your husband still don't want the people around City Hall to know he's got a klepto for a wife. Does he?
Then this is blackmail.
A man in his line of work, he can't afford to have people know his wife steals. Now, some people would understand how it's only a sickness. But others, well, you know how people are.
Tell me how much money you want.
I don't want a dime from you, Mrs. Moody. Honest, all I want is your cooperation. You see, my friend and me, we have a little plan. A really, really sweet little idea. Everybody makes money and nobody takes any chances. Well, what could be sweeter than that?
A plan to do what, for heaven's sake?
Well, my friend will give you all the details. All you got to do now is put on your coat and come with me. My friend will give you the whole deal.
I'm not coming with you.
We're not desperate for your help. Don't get this wrong. But we thought we'd give you a break. Well, that's too bad.
If you just tell me what you have in mind.
Why, shoplifting, Mrs. Moody. A little nice and easy shoplifting. Only this time not for no $5 piece of junk. This time for something worth more like $50,000.
Well, troubles have a way of multiplying themselves, don't they? And as you've just heard, the trouble with Ruth has suddenly developed serious complications. Will Mrs. Moody's unwilling petty larceny turn into larceny of the grand variety? We'll find out when we return shortly with Act 2. Mrs. Ruth Moody, faced with the prospect of harming her husband's career, has accepted the invitation of the man who calls himself Tom Andrea, although her instincts tell her that Tom Andrea isn't his name at all. As they drive towards their unknown destination, she steals sidelong glances at him, noting the copper sheen of his skin, the look of a man who has spent far too many hours under a sun lamp. But he also has the look of a man who won't take no for an answer.
Can't you tell me where we're going?
Now, relax, Mrs. Moody. It won't be long now.
Who is this friend of yours, anyway?
You'll meet him.
He works for a department store, doesn't he? I know they keep records of people like, well, of kleptomania victims. That's the only way you could have found out about me.
I just lean back and enjoy the ride, huh?
Aren't you afraid I might recognize him if he's one of the people that I've met?
Here we are, Mrs. Moody. Told you it wasn't very far.
The Hotel Hamilton. Looks like a fire trap.
Well, it's not very fancy, but it's private. We can all have a nice, quiet talk. Just the three of us.
One moment. That you, Tom?
Yeah, it's me.
The lady with you?
Yep, she's here.
Just a second, then.
No, don't be scared, Mrs. Moody. My friend doesn't really look like that. He's just got a stocking over his face.
Come in. I hope you will forgive the mask, Mrs. Moody. I know it looks grotesque, but it's necessary. For your own protection.
For me?
It's important that you don't recognize me after our business is concluded. It would be embarrassing if we were to run into each other in different circumstances.
In a department store, for instance?
What my friend means, Mrs. Moody, is that if you started hollering for the cops when you saw him again, we would have to do something about you. Understand?
Yes, I understand.
But please don't be alarmed. Nothing like that's going to happen. I can assure you that I am not a professional criminal. No more than you are.
Then what kind of criminal are you?
Why don't you sit down? The sofa's the only comfortable seat in the room. Here, let me take these papers away. I was just drawing up a few diagrams to help you understand exactly what you have to do.
Diagrams?
Would you like some coffee? We have a small kitchen. There's a pot already made.
No, I don't want any coffee.
Tom, why don't you do the honors? Do you drink yours black, Mrs. Moody? I'm afraid I don't have any cream.
Oh, all right, black coffee.
I see, Mrs. Moody. I told you it was going to be very friendly.
Well, now, how much has Tom told you about our little enterprise?
He just said that if I didn't help you, you'd tell my husband's employers about me.
Well, I really hate for that to be the inducement, Mrs. Moody. I was hoping that you'd cooperate more willingly.
Why should I?
Well, didn't Tom mention the $1,000?
He also mentioned something about $50,000, about shoplifting something worth a fortune.
Don't tell me you have qualms about it. A lady with your history?
You just don't understand about me. I don't take things because they're valuable or even because I want them. I'm not a thief, not in the ordinary sense of the word.
Yes, we know that. And that's exactly why we're taking you into our little circle, Mrs. Moody, because you're a kleptomaniac, not an ordinary thief. And that's why you can help us commit an extraordinary crime.
But I don't want to commit a crime, and I don't want your $1,000.
Here's your coffee, Mrs. Moody.
Let me tell you what makes it so different, Mrs. Moody. An ordinary crime entails a certain amount of risk. But this particular crime is guaranteed to be risk-free.
No, that's what people always say.
No, Mrs. Moody. Even professional criminals recognize a certain degree of chance when they plan their enterprises. Personally, I would never get involved in anything like that. I loathe the idea of being arrested.
Well, so do I. And I know exactly what it feels like.
Ah, but you've never been arrested, have you? You've been detained, questioned, reprimanded, warned, but you've never been arrested once Isn't that true?
Oh, why should I be? I told you, I'm not a criminal.
No, you're not legally liable for your little thefts, Mrs. Moody. You steal because you have to steal. And if you're caught, you merely give back what you've stolen, and that's that. No arrest, no prosecution, no risk.
You beginning to see the point, Mrs. Moody?
You want me to steal something for you.
That's right, Mrs. Moody, and something a great deal more valuable than, shall we say, a spool of thread.
Oh, dear Lord.
Let me explain our plan in detail. At 12:15 tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow?
At 12:15. You'll enter a shop called Travell's on 47th Street, just off Fifth Avenue. You may not know the place. It's a rather expensive jeweler's. You will approach a certain counter. The diagram will make it clear which one
Wait a minute. You're talking as if I've already agreed to do this thing.
Please look at the diagram, Mrs. Moody. You will approach this counter and engage the attention of the salesman. You will ask to see a certain tray, the one I've marked with the arrow. A moment or two after you begin to examine that tray, there will be a disturbance in the store.
Right, a disturbance.
The disturbance will take place on the other side of the counter. It is almost inevitable that your salesman will have his attention drawn away from you when it occurs. In all likelihood, he'll leave you and go to see what has happened. That's when you will act. You'll pick up the diamond pin on the upper right-hand corner of the tray and drop it into your purse. And then you'll simply walk out the door.
You're really mad.
As you can see from the drawing, the distance between the counter and the door is a very short one. You can reach it within 3 or 4 seconds. You can be sure that your salesman will be much too occupied to notice that you have left.
I won't do any such thing. That's plain and simple robbery.
When you reach the outside, you'll see a man with a yellow canister collecting funds for children's welfare. The man will approach you immediately. You will drop the diamond pin into the opening of the canister and walk to the corner. There will be a taxi there in all probability. It's a hack stand. If there isn't a taxi waiting, hail one or walk to the bus stop. Believe me, you will have ample time to make your getaway.
There isn't going to be any getaway. I am not going to do anything so insane.
As I said before, you'll be perfectly safe. You'll have absolutely nothing to lose. If you're stopped before you reach the exit, simply give yourself up. When Travell's learns of your little idiosyncrasy, no harm will come to you. It'll be just another neurotic incident, nothing more.
You're wasting your breath.
You'll tell them about your problem. They'll check with other stores and find your case history on file.
No, there's no way I'll do such a thing.
Hey, what's the matter with you, lady? Didn't you hear the man? You can't get into trouble doing this. But your husband will if you don't.
Let me out of here, please. Pick someone else out of those files.
All right, Tom. If that's how Mrs. Moody wants it.
Then I can go.
The door was always open, lady. See?
But if you change your mind, Mrs. Moody, just call me here at the Hotel Hamilton. Just ask for room 408. But if I don't hear from you tonight, well, you know what we'll have to do.
You've sure been quiet tonight, Ruth.
Have I?
You didn't go out today, did you?
No. I told you I wasn't going anywhere.
I was just wondering. I mean, you said something about dinner tonight, about cooking something special, and here we are with last night's meatloaf.
But you said you didn't mind.
No, of course I don't mind. You know I'm not fussy about food.
I know. You're just too nice for your own good sometimes, Ralph.
And you just weren't feeling up to cooking today, is that it?
Oh, I know what you're thinking. You think I went on another shopping spree, or should I say shoplifting?
No, Ruth, I didn't think anything of the kind.
Well, I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Okay.
Ralph, can I ask you something?
Sure.
What would happen if people knew about me?
What people?
The people you work for in the controller's office. Or the mayor himself. What if they knew about my illness?
They'd know, that's all.
Would it hurt you?
Honey, this is silly. Nobody knows about your problem but you and me and a few department stores. And Dr. Berger, of course, the doctor you won't see anymore.
But if they were to find out, would it hurt you?
Look, haven't we got enough to worry about without thinking the worst?
Then it would be bad for you. Someone in your position where honesty is so important.
Ruth, you're not dishonest. You're sick. There's a tremendous difference. That's why I'm so sorry you won't see that doctor.
But would everyone understand the difference? I mean, when they learned about my stealing things, would they think twice about you?
You want the truth? Yes. Yes, they would. They're only human. No, they're worse than human. They're politicians. They have to be elected to office, and that's exactly the kind of scandal they don't like.
Yes. I guess I've always known that was true.
Honey, I think I could use some more gravy.
Yes. Oh, I have some in the kitchen. I'll be right back. Is this the Hotel Hamilton? Room 408, please.
And so Mrs. Ruth Moody has taken the first fatal step. And tomorrow at noon, she'll take several more steps to the doors of Travell's Jewelry. And for the first time in her life, Ruth will steal and know the reason why she's stealing. Will it really make a difference? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. At 11:30 the next morning, Mrs. Ruth Moody left her apartment and took a Fifth Avenue bus to 47th Street. None of the other passengers saw anything unusual in her expression. They couldn't read the turmoil of her thoughts or the fear that haunted her eyes behind the sunglasses she wore to hide them. She kept telling herself that what the man in the stocking mask said was only too true, that no matter what happened, she couldn't be blamed for what she was about to do. She was still telling herself that when she pushed open the heavy glass door of Travell's.
May I help you, madam?
Oh, yes, please. I'm looking for a diamond pin. It's a present for my mother.
I see. Do you have any particular kind of pin in mind? We have everything from abstract designs to representational pins. You know, animals and flowers and so forth.
Maybe if I just browsed a little?
Certainly. You can see some of our selection right here, but we do have others.
Oh, yes. There's so many, aren't there?
Of course, it would help if you knew the price range.
Well, the price isn't important. It's just that the pin be right.
Yes, I see.
This tray right here, on the first shelf.
Yes?
Well, that seems to have quite a few nice pins.
Yes, I'll bring it out for you. Actually, these are some of the best stones in our collection. You have good taste.
They really do sparkle, don't they?
This is what I meant by representational. As you can see, it's in the shape of a cat.
Oh, well, no. My mother hates cats. I think maybe just something simple.
You just take your time.
All right. Thank you.
What was that? Someone smashed one of my cases. Excuse me.
Terribly sorry. A clumsy thing to do. It's all my fault. I was holding my umbrella under my arm. It just slipped out and hit the glass. I'm terribly sorry.
Got to do it now.
I really don't know.
All right. Just step back, please. Bob, would you lend a hand over here? There's glass all over the merchandise.
I feel dreadful about this.
It's quite all right, sir. No harm done to all, I assure you.
I've done it. I've really done it. Outside.
Help the needy children. Help the needy children, lady.
What?
Please help the Children's Welfare Society, lady.
Oh, yes, of course. Here. That's all I have.
Thanks very, very much, lady. Thanks a lot. Help the needy children.
Ralph? Is that you?
Yes, I'm home.
Oh.
How are you, honey?
I'm all right.
You sure? You don't look so good.
No, I'm fine, really. Would you like a drink?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, thanks. What'd you do today?
I went out for a little while.
Where to?
Oh, no in particular. I took a walk. Weather was nice.
Uh-huh.
Took some things to the cleaners. Did a little marketing. Here's your drink.
Oh, thanks.
For heaven's sake, stop looking at me like that. I can't bear the way you look at me sometimes, Ralph.
I'm sorry, Ruth. It's nothing deliberate.
Well, of course it's deliberate. It happens all the time now. You keep staring at me as if you're trying to read my mind. As if you wanted me to confess something.
Now, Ruth, that isn't true. You've got to stop thinking such things every time I look at you.
What's going to happen to us, Ralph? What kind of marriage are we going to have from now on?
Ruth, we've been married 6 years now. I think we know how to live with each other.
But you can't live with this disease of mine. You can never stop suspecting me of having stolen something again. Isn't that what you're thinking right now?
All I'm thinking about is that you don't look well. And how disappointed I am that you won't see Dr. Berger. I called him today, by the way.
What for?
Well, I just wanted to talk to him, find out if there was anything more I could do to help you.
And what did he say?
He said there might be.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, I told Berger about our talk last night, about how worried you are that the people at City Hall might find out about your illness. Now, he told me that was an important part of your guilt syndrome, whatever that means.
Oh, I hate that psychiatric double talk.
Just the same, he thought you'd be a lot better off if you weren't concerned about such things. If you were able to admit that you were ill.
I do admit it. That doesn't mean that other people have to know about it.
Ruth, I told them.
What?
I told McGuire, the controller. I took him out to lunch. I told him all about your kleptomania.
Oh, no, Ralph. Oh, no.
Look, I began to realize that I was hiding it, too, that I wasn't treating it like an illness, either. That I was acting as if it were something shameful.
Oh, what did you do it for?
For us, Ruth.
But now you'll lose your job.
No, I'm not going to lose my job. It's going to be all right.
But you said
now, I know the dumb things I said last night about how this sort of thing can hurt a politician. Well, I was wrong. McGuire is more of a human being than a politician.
You mean he's not going to tell anyone else? He won't give me away?
No, that's not what I meant. McGuire suggested that we both go and talk to the mayor himself about this.
Oh, Ralph, you can't.
I already have, Ruth.
What?
I've seen the mayor. And you know what he said? He said that it wouldn't make any difference to him this year or next year when he recommends me for the #1 job in the controller's office.
The #1?
That's right. McGuire is moving up next in line for his job. And the mayor is behind me now, Ruth. Do you think he'd be behind me if he really thought my wife was a thief?
Oh, dear Lord.
Ruth.
Oh, what have I done? What have I
done? Honey, what is it?
Oh, why did I go through with it?
What's the matter, Ruth? I just told you everything's okay.
No. I've ruined everything now, Ralph. Oh, God, if you knew what a horrible thing I did today.
What are you talking about?
I am a thief now. God help me, Ralph. I really am a thief.
Try and stay calm, Ruth. Did you get a look at the man who broke the glass with his umbrella? Do you think that he was the same man you met yesterday at the Hotel Hamilton?
I'm sure he was. But I told you he was wearing a stocking mask over his face.
And this other man, though, the one who called himself Tom Andrea, he was the same man who was collecting for children's welfare outside the store?
Yes.
Ruth, you know, there's only one thing to do now, don't you?
What do you mean?
We've got to tell the police.
Oh, Ralph, no, that would be awful.
Trevells will have discovered the theft by now. They must have your description from the clerk. Sooner or later, you might be identified.
But they can't do anything to me, Ralph. I'm not responsible. I'm sick.
No, Ruth, in this case, you are responsible. That's why we have to call the police.
All right, Mrs. Moody. Here's the typed statement you gave us.
Can I go home after I sign it?
Yes, of course. But better read it over first.
What happens after that, Lieutenant Ames?
That depends.
On what?
Well, mostly on whether or not your wife has told us everything.
But I swear I have.
I'm not saying your story is phony, Mrs. Moody. My own viewpoint is that it's too cockeyed to be phony. But that may be a subtle way of looking at it.
Why should she lie about this, Lieutenant? What would my wife have to gain?
Well, she could stand to gain a diamond pin worth almost $50,000.
But she doesn't have the diamond. She gave it to them.
Yes, that's a story. But let's say, for example, that those two men never existed.
Oh, that's a horrible thing to say.
I'm telling you how other people might see this thing. If you were a crook and you realized that you'd been spotted in Trevells, well, this story of yours would put you in the clear, wouldn't it?
But it's true. Every word of it.
But you see the problem, don't you? You've been identified as the robber. You've confessed to stealing the pin. The fact that you're a known kleptomaniac doesn't help. Some people might even be nasty enough to say that you got yourself that reputation deliberately.
This is incredible. You're accusing my wife of being a thief.
Oh, what can I say to convince you?
If you could only give me a better description of those two men.
Well, I've done the best I could. The first man, he was of average height, dark hair, very sunburned.
Yeah. You keep telling me about that sunburn. But that's not going to last very long, is it?
Lieutenant, you think that sunburn was a kind of disguise?
I'm sure it was, Mr. Moody.
All right, and the other man, he wore a stocking mask. There's no way I can describe him.
What about the hotel, Lieutenant?
No good. It's a kind of a dump which doesn't even bother to keep a register, even though it's a city ordinance.
But the clerk might be able to identify the man who took the room.
Maybe, if we could produce him. Only, how do we do that?
What about the $1,000 they promised to send her?
Oh, I wouldn't count on that. If she's telling the truth, you'll never hear from him again. Okay, so maybe it's a new gimmick. Maybe one of them works in a department store, has access to the names of recognized kleptos.
I'm sure he did work in a department store.
Yeah, and so do thousands of people, Miss Moody. All you've got to do is name the one.
And if she can't, what happens then?
I think you know the answer to that.
Will I be arrested?
But you can't arrest her. She's sick. She was seeing a doctor.
And I'm going to see him again. Oh, so help me, Ralph.
Do you really mean that, Ruth?
I'm not going to stop seeing Dr. Berger until I'm cured. Unless they send me to prison first.
Well, have you read the statement, Miss Moody?
Yes, it's all right. I'm ready to sign it.
Fine. Yeah, let's see. I thought I had a pen on this desk.
Oh, well, I think there's one in my purse.
I'll get it. Hey, it's funny.
What is?
Well, this isn't your pen, Ruth. I don't recognize it, do you?
Let me see. No, that isn't my pen.
Oh, Ruthie, no, not again.
You mean you stole it, Mrs. Moody?
I'm afraid I did. I remember now. When the man was drawing the diagrams of the jewelry store, he left his pen on the coffee table, and I just couldn't stop myself.
Wait a minute. You stole his pen, the man in the stocking mask?
Yes. Will you arrest me for that, too?
Let me see it. Miss Moody, do you realize there's a name on this pen? It's from Barnett's department store, and it's engraved with the name of the owner.
What?
Barnett's department store, J.M. Hutchins.
Hutchins? He's the assistant manager. He is the one.
Lieutenant, you found your man.
Well, what do you know? This is the first time I've ever seen the proof of that old chestnut.
Old chestnut?
That it takes a thief to catch a thief.
The moral of this story might be, never steal anything small, particularly if it's a diamond pin worth $50,000. Well, you'll be happy to know that the police investigation proved the guilt of Mr. J.M. Hutchins and the innocence of Mrs. Ruth Moody. And the last we heard, the only trouble with Ruth was going to be a little one. I'll be back shortly.
Look, let's put an end to all this gloomy-sounding stuff you've been getting so much of lately. Income tax is behind us, spring is here, Aaron's hit number 715, and there's even reason for hope with the gasoline thing. It's in this new spirit that I'd like to talk to you about buying a new car. It's a small car, one you can judge sanely, and not just in terms of how many miles per gallon it gives you. The car is a Buick Apollo. Like any self-respecting small car, it is economical. It's got a 6-cylinder engine and a 21-gallon gas tank, which combine to give Apollo good gas economy and great range. But Apollo can also seat 6 passengers, and it has the kind of smoothness, quietness, and interior comfort.
Daily with the British forces at Katwa, India, a little village 100 miles up the Hooghly River from Calcutta. This evening of June 22nd, 1757, has brought a serious crisis to the British. Colonel Robert Clive, with 3,000 troops, faces the threat of 50,000 well-armed men under the Nabob of Bengal. Help that Clive expected has not arrived. Mayor Jafar, High Prince of the court of the Nabob, Commander-in-Chief of the Nabob's army, had secretly promised to desert his monarch and come over to the British side with 20,000 Indian cavalry. But anxious hours of waiting and watching have produced no result. Whether Mayor Jafar has betrayed the British or is still waiting for a chance to come over, we just don't know. But we
June 22nd, 1757, Katwa, India. You are there.
Clive of India, on the eve of the Battle of Plassey, back 191 years to the decisive moment when East met West in a great clash of empires. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
And now?
June 22nd, 1757. Katwa, India, and John Daly.
Cavalry. It was on this assurance from Mir Jafar that Colonel Clive left Calcutta and marched 100 miles up the Hooghly River to this rendezvous here at Katwa. For 2 long hours, Colonel Clive and his staff have been in conference in a stone blockhouse a few yards away. It's the only substantial building in this village of mud huts from which the villagers fled on the approach of the British forces. The conference is over now. We expect Colonel Clive and his staff to come out in just a moment. It has been a tense 2 hours, not helped at all by swarms of mosquitoes coming up out of the mangrove swamps here along the Hooghly River. And the swamps give up a dank, foul odor. There are also monkeys, and the night birds are in full throat as night falls. They add an eerie touch to an already tense scene. Looking across the Hooghly River, we can see the campfires of the huge army under the Nabob of Bengal, thousands of them, bobbing and weaving like firebugs. When the wind is right, we hear weird strains of Oriental music. It's all enough to send the shivers up the back of the most unimaginative private. Colonel Clive's small force, exhausted by the long march, is taking advantage of this opportunity for a brief rest. The officers are coming out of the fort now. There's Captain Coote. Captain will... No, the captain shakes his head. There's Captain Grant. I can't see Colonel Clive. But there's Major Kilpatrick, who is second in command here. Major!
Yes?
Major Kilpatrick, will you tell us, please, the decision of the council? Is it retreat or wait for Mir Jafar?
Withdrawal, old chap. Much better word. We're not being forced out of our position, simply withdrawing till a better opportunity to defeat the nabob comes along.
Well, Major Kilpatrick, this does come as a surprise. I thought that Colonel Clive was...
Yes, I know. Came as a surprise to all of us. As you say, we expected the colonel to be full of fireworks. But his attitude was most reasonable. Matter of fact, he advised the course himself.
You mean Colonel Clive suggested withdrawal?
Well, not only suggested it, but voted for it.
But on what grounds, Major? Did he give his reasons?
Sound military thinking. First off, our ally, Mir Jafar, has proved he can't be trusted. Then our position here could be cut off, you know, or even overrun. The nabob ever decided to attack us. 50,000 to 3,000, you know. Too much, even for Englishmen. Then the monsoon, starting any day. Matter of fact, they're here now. Roads will be quagmires in a couple of days. No. Only possible decision, withdraw. Very satisfactory. Very satisfactory indeed.
Well, sir, where is Colonel Clive now?
In the fort. He asked to be left alone. Poor chap. Wants to do some thinking and weigh his decision. Don't blame him. No commanding officer likes to retreat. Disengage the enemy.
You mean because of his military reputation?
Quite so. The courage, you know, widely known as the daredevil, always likes to push on. This must be a bitter pill for him to swallow. But it's the only sensible thing to do. Well, this should put to rest all the stories about his erratic nature.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Major Kilpatrick, the night guard detail is formed and ready for inspection, sir.
Just a moment, Robin. Yes, excuse me, Mr. Daly. I'll have to organize the camp for the night.
Of course, sir. Thank you very much, Major. Colonel Clive's force will begin its withdrawal back on Calcutta in the morning. The first time, by the way, that Colonel Clive, or for that matter, any British commander, has refused battle with an Indian force. However, 50,000 against 3,000 are kind of odds that even the most enterprising officer thinks twice or many times about before accepting battle. If, however, Mir Jafar had come over with his cavalry, cutting the nabob's advantage, Clive certainly would have fought then. This difficult and probably humiliating decision for Colonel Clive has been caused by that one man, Mir Jafar. Well, who is he and what is he up to? And here's a man who knows the answers to those questions, Mr. William Watts, who until very recently was official representative of the East India Company at the Nabob's court at Murshidabad. Mr. Watts, you know Mir Jafar personally. Well, what sort of a man is he?
Oh, why, very capable, very capable. A man of 45, a prince, well-born, well-connected.
How is it, sir, that an Indian prince conspires against his own monarch?
Oh, he's ambitious, of course. But there's also a move on foot among the other princes to get rid of the nabob. The nabob's very unpopular with his own people, you know. In my opinion, he's incompetent, sir. He's unbalanced. He's a young lad of 21, has absolutely no respect for his elders.
How do you mean, sir?
Well, he seems to take delight in pulling their beards, having them flogged publicly.
Well, sir, to get to Mir Jafar, did you negotiate with him personally, Mr. Watts?
Oh, yes. He promised the colonel, secretly, of course, that if the British marched up here to Katwa, he'd be waiting with 20,000 troops. And as you've said, that would have radically changed the whole military picture.
Well, do you think that Mir Jafar's failure to keep the rendezvous means that he's had a change of heart?
Well, it's hard to say. Undoubtedly, the nabob by now has received wind of the conspiracy. Mir Jafar may be too closely watched to move. Or he may have come to some agreement with the nabob.
You mean sold Colonel Clive out?
Precisely.
But why should he, sir? Colonel Clive had agreed to make Mir Jafar the nabob, hadn't he?
Yes, but that involves a battle, and a battle involves risk. In my opinion, Mir Jafar is playing both ends against the middle. Well, there's a bugle for assembly. Looks as if we'll begin our withdrawal right away.
Yes, it does. And there's Colonel Clive. He's obviously wasting no time in putting into effect the decision to retreat. Rather strange, however, that he should have decided upon a night march. The men won't take very kindly to it. The men are falling in, sepoys as well as British soldiers. The sepoys number 2,000. They're Indian troops trained and officered by the British, who make up the other 1,000 of Colonel Clive's small army. The colonel is striding toward us. The man of medium height, rather stocky build, young, about 30 or 35, I'd say. He's wearing a full-dress uniform, braid down the front, three-cornered hat, with his hair hanging in a pigtail behind. He's on his way to address the troops, I suppose. Colonel Clive. Yes? Colonel, why have you decided to begin this march at night, sir? Can you think of a better time to ford the river? Ford the... But, Colonel Clive, we're crossing the river to join Mayor Jafar. Well, then you've heard some good news, sir. You've had a message from Mayor Jafar. No, but I've sent a message to him. I told him my intention of crossing to Plassey and commanded him to break with the nabob and be there before morning. But, Colonel Clive, at the Council of War, I've changed my mind since the Council. Retreat to Calcutta is impossible. But why, sir? Prestige, Mr. Daly. British prestige. It would suffer a blow from which we could never recover. Besides, fate hasn't marched me this far up the Hooghly River to turn me around and march me back without what I came for. Victory. Decisive, final, ultimate victory. But, Colonel, suppose when you've crossed, Mayor Jafar isn't there. He'll be there. He must be there. I have it in my power to make him nabob of Bengor before tomorrow night. He won't be such a fool or such a villain as to betray me now. But what if you are betrayed, sir? What if you are attacked by the nabob with his full 50,000 troops? If we are pushed to it, we can withdraw again tomorrow night. But Mayor Jafar will be there. Kilpatrick. Thank you, Colonel Clive. Are you ready to move, Kilpatrick? To Calcutta, sir? No, we ford the river tonight. But, Colonel, get your troops moving. Yes, sir. Major Kilpatrick has turned and is moving to the head of the line of troops. He looks angry, but in this military world, well, orders are orders, and he's got to do what he's told. He's given the command, which has started this small British force towards the bank of the Hooghly for a dangerous and critical operation. The nabob may be young and a fool, but he's got 50,000 troops. British scouts have been across the river, but we can't be sure that the nabob isn't waiting, in fact, hoping that Clive will attempt to cross the river at night. Rarely, if ever, has a battle been fought at night, but this is the nabob's territory. If he has the initiative to attack, Clive, when half of his tiny forces across the river and the other half on this side, he can probably rout him. The crossing operation will be the immediate critical point, the first great hurdle that Clive has to take. We'll move up to the river bank, and as soon as we can test through again, I'll be back on the air. But now to Calcutta.
This is Ken Roberts. Colonel Clive's dramatic decision to cross the Hooghly River has come as a surprise and somewhat of a shock to Mr. Roger Drake, a senior merchant of the East India Company. Mr. Drake is the present governor of the settlement.
That's all.
Governor Drake.
Yes, sir.
What do you think of Colonel Clive's unexpected reversal of his war council?
It's incredible. Almost impossible to believe. The impact is still so fresh. But it's madness. He's walking into a trap. 50,000 Indians against 3,000. They'll cut him to pieces.
But isn't it true, Governor Drake, that the select committee of which you are chairman agreed to Colonel Clive's leaving Calcutta?
Oh, yes, but that was a different matter. His mission is to defend Calcutta, the lives and property of all the merchants of the East India Company. Now he's running the risk of losing his troops. It's folly, unpardonable folly.
But, sir, didn't you know there was a risk of battle?
Oh, yes, but we wanted him to use those troops only as a threat. A threat to force the nabob to negotiate a peace treaty. This conspiracy with Mir Jafar is something that never had our sanction. The colonel entered into that by himself. He would take no advice from us.
You mean you were always suspicious of Mir Jafar's good faith?
Naturally. An Englishman is no match at intrigue with these Easterners. This conspiring to overthrow a legitimate monarch, sir. It smacks of revolution. Dangerous precedent to set. Yes, indeed. Well, the East India Company is here for business, not to meddle with the internal affairs of the country.
Well, why do you suppose Colonel Clive has disregarded the opinion of the select committee?
Opinion, sir. It wasn't an opinion. It was a mandate. And Colonel Clive ignored it.
Then, if I interpret you correctly, Governor Drake, you would advise Colonel Clive to withdraw the British troops immediately and return to Calcutta.
I would, sir. Right? As any man in his senses would. As I am sure any professional officer would. Any person who has...
Thank you, Governor Drake. I've just been told that John Daly is calling in from the Hooghly River, where Colonel Clive's force is crossing to Plassey. Go ahead, Daly. Go ahead.
This is John Daly on the south bank of a ford of the Hooghly River. Approximately one-half of Clive's small force has crossed the river in this eerie blackness, broken at intervals along the line of march by rush torches. So far, Clive's traditional good luck has held. The nabob of Bengal has not shown any sign of resisting this crossing. This is the critical moment. Clive's forces are about evenly divided. One half on the Plassey bank the other half here on the south bank, waiting their turn to cross. So far, and we've got our fingers crossed, the nabob is sticking to the tradition of not fighting at night. A tradition, by the way, probably born of the fact that Indian troops are largely composed of levies of illiterate, unenthusiastic peasants who would rather till the soil than fight. Major Kilpatrick, second in command, has assigned Sergeant Timothy Wayne to help us move our equipment and to explain the more technical phases of the coming operation. Sergeant Wayne has already been across the river. He went over with the first troops, and he's just come back. Sergeant, did you see any of the nabob's forces over there?
Oh, they had some outpost near the river, but they pulled back when we crossed. I didn't see them, but some of our scouts went right up to their camp.
And what's the nabob up to?
The scouts say they're whipping themselves into a frenzy with oriental music and drink and lots of mumbo-jumbo.
Well, Tim, did the scouts say anything about Mir Jafar? Are there any signs that he may yet come on over to us with those 20,000 cavalry?
No, he ain't coming. In all that crazy mumbo-jumbo, that jumping and dancing around, this nabo takes his turban off and throws it on the ground. And Mir Jafar, they say, picked it up and put it back on his head.
Well, what does that all add up to?
The sepoys say that means that Mir Jafar has sworn to defend the nabob to his last drop of blood.
Oh, then it looks like when daylight comes, it's going to be 3,000 against 50,000, huh?
I don't care if it's 150,000. I want to go at this nabob. I promised my brother that I even things with him.
Why your brother, Tim?
He's in a hospital in Calcutta, sir. He's been there ever since he came out of the black hole.
What, you mean that now, a full year later, he's still in the hospital?
Mr. Daly, sir, do you know what that black hole was like? This dirty nabob put 146 people in the post dungeon where they used to put one of us. It was kind of awful. He shoved and jammed them in like they were something worse than cattle.
Well, how did your brother come out, Sergeant?
My brother stayed quiet and sucked the perspiration off his shirt, while the others fought like wild animals. Only 23 came out alive. All the rest of the 146 are dead. They died that night in that stinking hole.
Well, how did any of them happen to get out, though?
You know what? They wouldn't wake up this dirty little nabob. And then when he does wake up, he says he's sorry. Some underling did it, he says. He's a bad one, Mr. Daly. He's a bad one. I promised my brother I'd give him...
Sergeant, it looks like the nabob is attacking.
Well, hang on a moment, hang on. If he's attacked us, we're really in the stew. But Major Kilpatrick told me to stay with you, and I'll be here, Mr. Daly. Don't worry.
Righto, we'll get ready to knock the equipment down. We'll have to do it one way or another because we'll either head back to Calcutta or get across the river tonight. The firing has stopped. I can't see across the river. Can't be sure what has happened over there, but... Oh, here comes a... Oh, Captain! What's that firing across the river?
Nothing at all, sir. Some of the men are a bit nervous. The baggage train is going across. You'll have to come along now if you're coming.
Yes, sir. Hello, Calcutta. We're moving across the river. I'll stay with Colonel Clive. Call you in as soon as we can get the equipment working again on the other bank at Plassey. But now back to Calcutta. This is Ken Roberts in the plaza in front of the East India Company headquarters. News that Clive has crossed the Hooghly River has brought most of the British colony here to the plaza. There is strong partisanship about Clive's move, many of these people believing that if he is overwhelmed, every British man, woman, and child in Calcutta will have to flee for his or her own life, and the East India Company will probably be destroyed. Mr. James Halwell, an East India official, seems to be very pessimistic about the outcome. Mr. Halwell, you evidently think that this time Colonel Clive has bitten off more than he can chew.
Well, Mr. Roberts, I'm not exactly a military man, but it does seem axiomatic to me that you don't put all of your eggs in one basket and then put that basket in the middle of a busy thoroughfare. What?
But, Mr. Halwell, even if the worst should happen to Colonel Clive and he's beaten, he will be able to retire until he is reinforced.
Mr. Roberts, where do you think these reinforcements are going to come from? We're spread very thin, you know.
Well, reinforcements could come out from home, sir. Surely the home government would send our troops.
Home government. You forget, sir, that when the French tried to take over this subcontinent, the East India Company had to fight its battle alone. Clive commands a private army, the East India Company Army.
surely, Mr. Holwell, the King's First Minister, Mr. Pitt, has a deep interest in the affairs of the East India Company.
I regret to disillusion you, but it doesn't seem that way, Mr. Roberts. We offer here an opportunity in a great, rich, civilized country, and Mr. Pitt wastes our troops in the North American wilderness. And, Mr. Roberts, I understand that against the French there, were it not for a young militia colonel named of Washington, I believe, Mr. Pitt would have lost even that wilderness.
Well, you mean, sir, that you don't think any British troops will be sent out here if things go against you?
Well, Mr. Pitt, when everything has been lost, may decide to do something. But then we shall have to start all over again, and 150 years of work will have gone for nothing.
Well, I hope things are not as bad as all that, sir.
We all do.
And thank you very much for talking to us. Major Green, Major Humphrey Green has fought with Clive before, and is now in Calcutta because he was wounded in the skirmish. Major, what is your estimate of the situation?
Well, it's difficult to say, Mr. Roberts. I fought with Clive in the Deccan at Arcot, cavalry pack on Trichinopoli. Great victories, you know, especially at Arcot, and always gets superior numbers.
Well, you think then that Clive may turn the trick again?
I don't know, but you can be sure he's thought this out. He has a very peculiar intuition about these Indian people. He's proved it time and again. But as a professional soldier, I must admit that Colonel Clive's strategy is very unorthodox.
Well, Colonel Clive is a professional soldier, too.
Not exactly. He holds an East India Company commission. He depends on the company for pay and rank. He was not trained as a soldier. You mustn't forget he came out here, let's see, he's 30 now, when he was about 18. As a writer, a kind of a petty clerk, I think it was, in Madras.
He must be a brilliant man, sir.
Yes, I would say a genius. You know, in his early days, he suffered from melancholia, couldn't stand being a clerk. As a matter of fact, he's supposed to have attempted his own life twice in those days.
Oh, really?
Yes, but fortunately the pistol misfired both times. So after that he decided fate must have something special in store for him, so he became a soldier. And none too soon for the benefit of the...
Well, excuse me, Major Green, I've just received a message. There's action at Plassey. The battle has begun. John Daly crossed the Hooghly with the rear guard of Clive's forces and has his equipment set up, and so we take you now to Plassey and John Daly.
Clive's force is fighting magnificently. A second great cavalry charge by the Nabob's forces is breaking up under the pounding of Colonel Clive's 10 6-pounder guns. A terrible mass of writhing horses and men is piled up on the field in front of us, and the Nabob's officers are fighting a losing battle against the panic-stricken cavalry, which has begun to break and run back towards the Nabob's camp. The British cannon are still firing. The infantry is jubilant and excited. They look kind of hopefully to their officers for an order to charge. These men have not forgotten the Black Hole of Calcutta. They don't seem to be at all worried about the fact that the Nabob still has probably 10 men for every single one of them. Sergeant Wayne, that was a close one.
Don't you worry about it now. If they haven't sense enough to keep their powder dry, we can take care of them.
Sergeant Wayne is talking about an amazing piece of stupidity on the part of the Nabob, which has given Colonel Clive an advantage that's almost impossible to value too highly. The battle began early this morning before we could get ready to broadcast with an artillery duel. The Nabob's 50 10-pounders against Clive's 10 6-pounders, 5-1. In the face of the heavy Indian fire, Clive had to order a withdrawal. For a moment, it looked like a retreat, but instead, the infantry was withdrawn to the protection of this mango grove. As they fell back, with another unbelievable piece of Clive luck, the heavens opened up, and the monsoon rains came pouring down in torrents. The first thing Colonel Clive did was to protect his gunpowder. The Nabob didn't, and his 50 guns fell silent and have been out of action ever since. We've attached ourselves to Colonel Clive, and he's right here, Colonel Clive. Those are two heavy Indian cavalry charges, Colonel, which you've just beaten off. Do you think that was your friend, Mir Jafar?
Yes, I suppose it was, but you mustn't be too hard on him, Mr. Daly. Evidently, the Nabob gave him a rather simple choice, either fight with him or be executed.
Well, it certainly seems certain, sir, that you've just about taken everything they can throw at you.
Not quite. They have another trick up their sleeve. Elephants, Mr. Daly. Elephants. Now, you'll have to excuse me. We still have a battle to win, you know.
Right, sir. Thanks very much. Sergeant, what's this all about? What does he mean by the elephant?
Oh, they're charges, sir, and these elephant charges are pretty awful things. Each elephant carries a prince in a howdah, what the people at home would call a sort of a basket on his back. Then there's the mahout, or elephant driver, who sits up there behind his ears and prods him with a stick, telling him where to go. Look over there at their camp. You can see them now. They're getting them ready.
Right, and say, they really look like something even in this driving rain. You know, those elephants at this distance don't look as though they can do it. It's an awful lot of damage. They're all dressed up. I don't suppose we can see the colors, but it looks like they got every color of the rainbow on it from this distance.
And unless I miss my guess, they're almost ready to come. They're pretty all right, but it won't be so pretty when the mahouts whip the big beasts into a frenzy with their prongs, and the cannon drive them crazy with the roar of the smoke and the fire. If they get up to our lines, they'll be trampling and crunching them to death, they will.
Right, here they come, Tim. The elephants have been formed, and they're starting their charge. There must be about 50 of them spread out across the plain. The British troops have been ordered out of the protection of the trees and the mango grove, and they're forming a battle line, a thin one. Well, what are they doing that for, Sergeant? Why do they come out of the trees?
Why, they're forming in ranks, sir, to add their musket power to the cannon. These elephants are hard to stop, and you use everything you've got. Besides, if they get past the cannon, at least we'll get a shot at those blinking princes up there on their backs.
Well, I just assume we didn't get a chance to shoot at any princes on their backs. The elephants have broken into a lumbering trot. The British cannon have stepped up fire. They need to. The elephants are in range. Very few of them are going down. Some are falling, though. I can see 1, 2, 3 of them on the ground. But one is twitching and struggling, trying very hard to get up again. But the rest still come on, and they've broken into a gallop. The mahouts on their backs are shrieking and goading them into madness. The cannon are firing just as fast as 5 cannoneers can load. But they're not enough. They're not enough, and the infantry have begun to fire. There goes the first volley from the musket. The smoke is getting so thick here that we can't see. Gets into your eyes and your throat. It's clearing a bit, and I can see the shapes coming through the smoke. The elephants are still coming. Sergeant Wayne, those muskets aren't doing any good.
Their hides are too tough, sir.
What? What'd you say?
The elephants' hides, sir, they're too tough. The bullets didn't take effect. The range is too great.
The whole earth around here is shaking, although the elephants are still 100 yards or so away. Kilpatrick has just shouted an order.
Shoot at the riders, the Major says. Shoot at the riders.
Major Kilpatrick has ordered the British infantry to fire at the riders and not at the elephants. It sounds like a good idea to me. They're almost on top of us. Colonel Clyde is running up and down the line. He's shouting an order. See if you can get it, Sergeant Wayne.
I heard him, sir. The colonel has countermanded Major Kilpatrick's order. He's telling the men to shoot at the elephants, not at the riders. Shoot at the elephants, he says. Shoot at the elephants.
But what in heaven's name for? The muskets didn't even dent their hides. Sergeant Wayne, we'd better get ready to travel. We may have to get out of here and fast. There goes the second volley. The second volley from the musket. The smoke is pouring out of them again. The musket smoke is so heavy it's difficult to see anything. It's so thick now that you can almost cut it. The rain has taken down over the blanket. All we can hear is the thrashing and the trumpeting of these elephants. We don't know what's happening. Everything is confused and uncertain until this smoke begins to pull away from here. I, for one, don't know whether to stand here or to cut and run. Clive's line, his infantry, just as steady as a rock. The men have loaded again, and they stand there in that thin red line. Nobody's giving any sign of breaking at all. They're just waiting for their fire orders. They don't seem to be concerned about what may come thundering out of this heavy curtain of smoke. The smoke's beginning to thin out. We can hear the trumpeting of the elephants. You may be able to hear it in the background. It sounds like a bunch of mad monkeys having a fight. All the monkeys in the world in one basket fighting with each other. The smoke is thinning out, and there's great mass of confusion in front of us now.
Right, sir. He was right, Mr. Daly. He learned it in the deckhand.
Learned what, Tim?
Colonel Clive learned to shoot at the elephants. Shoot at the elephants. Look at them. Those musket balls are like bee stings on the hides of those elephants. He's driving them wild.
Yes, the smoke is up. That's right, Tim. The elephants have been stopped. The elephants have been stopped. They're no longer charging forward. They're stopped in their tracks, and their mahouts are hanging on for dear life itself. They can't control them any longer at all. Some of the younger bull elephants are bucking almost like horses, twisting and rearing and churning the air and screaming. Some of those wonderful, magnificent howdahs that we could see across the field a while ago, all smashed to smithereens now on the battlefield. They fell off the elephants' backs and were smashed down to the ground.
And they're finished! They're finished! They're running away!
Yes, Sergeant Wayne is right. Sergeant Wayne is right. The muskets have turned the trick. The elephants are completely out of control. Completely out of control. They're running wildly away from this musket fire. They're shaking their riders from their backs. The leaders are already charging back into their own camp, into the nabob's camp. Here it is again, Clive's unbelievable mixture of genius and luck. The elephants with which the nabob was going to destroy Clive and his small force are ripping through the Indian camp, destroying and crushing everything in front of him. The Indian peasant levies are throwing down their arms. They're running away for dear life. Colonel Clive! Colonel Clive, sir, you are now the ruler of Bengal.
No, Mr. Staley, the British are here to trade, not to rule. If he's still alive, Mir Jafar will be the new ruler of Bengal. But we'll have peace. Peace, trade, and friendship with the people of India.
Well, congratulations, Colonel Clive. It's a magnificent victory. Major Kilpatrick has come up, and he and Colonel Clive are shaking hands this day of June 23rd, 1757, which dawns so grim and unpromising here at Plassey on the Hooghly River in India, is now a day bright with reassurance for the British.
June 23rd, 1757. Colonel Robert Clive wins the Battle of Plassey, and British rule begins in India.
You've been listening to The Battle of Plassey, another broadcast in the series You Are There. This program was presented originally by CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and came to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Radio 4.
Do come in. Don't knock. And don't knock so loudly either.
Did I knock too loudly for your sensitive, pearly ears? You've heard nothing yet.
Behave, slave. We rule this wave. Of you we are unafraid. We pay your wages. Put down the tray and come here.
The Autonomous Murder Complex by Frederick Bradnam, with Robin Ellis as Harry Meadows.
Ravages are my wages. Oh, look, I've broken my wages. As I'll break you both. You've let the genius out of the bottle. Silly cows. You don't know what you're up against. Now, let me escort you from the room. To the bedroom. This way, please. Come along.
Thank you, slave. Ah! No.
Down you go. Just a matter of a few floorboards missing, and down into the pit they go. And no one will know that I did it. No one. That's the sort of thing. Terribly real at the time, Doctor.
You English are so bad with names, Mr. Meadows. Hilda Geertzahn. I think you should call me Hilda. And I call you Harry, yes?
Fair enough. Hilda and Harry. We should make the Palladium.
Ah, that is a joke, I see.
Not a very funny one. Sorry.
So you write them down. The dreams, not the jokes. Read me another.
All right. Do you think...
I think nothing yet. Read me another ugly man dream.
The chap, ugly man, was lurking behind a hedge or wall. As things do in dreams, it changed. The grounds were a bit like those at Rushforth Park, a place I know. The chap was watching a piece of land which he had trapped in some way, mined it or dug pits, and it was a fine day.
They should be arriving soon, galloping their horses. What a surprise they'll have. What a surprise. The inquest will ask, who did it? Who indeed? The enemy from over the border? The trusted gardener? The neighbors? I shall sit in the courtroom wearing black as the friend who mourns and laugh inside. Listen. Ah, here they come.
As usual, I woke up before anything happened. This ugly chap is all bull, all talk.
Yes, but his own sort of bull, as you call it. Tell me now of yourself, Harry.
I was wondering when you'd ask that. I thought psychoanalysts began with one's history.
Why should we? That's only relevant if you're a real case, something we wish to sink our teeth into.
Ah, yes, indeed.
So come and sit in the chair now. How old are you?
42.
And for a living?
Up to 6 months ago, I was a soldier. Been so since I was 19.
A soldier? You surprised me. An officer?
Yes, since military academy. I'm a lieutenant colonel. I commanded an infantry battalion.
And now you have left the army. For what reason?
Good question. A number of reasons. I had had enough. Saw no point in serving anymore. It was very unlikely that I'd get promotion, so I'd have to take my bowler hat. As we say, in a year or so why not now? And my last tour of duty wasn't a success either.
Do you now do something else?
No, not yet. I haven't got round to it. I'm in a pickle. Truth is... God, this is awful. I want to cry.
Then cry.
It's ridiculous, huh? I mean, I don't cry. It's like some blubbering schoolboy. The last time I cried was... Can't talk about it. So sorry, Makes you feel better, in fact. Like they say. Truth is, my life is a bloody nonsense. Fallen apart. It's hard to explain.
Your last tour of duty wasn't a success, you said. Can you tell me of this tour of duty?
Yes. What isn't covered by the Official Secrets Act. It was the battalion's second visit to Northern Ireland in 3 years. The first wasn't too bad. This second go was a sheer catastrophe. I lost 10 chaps in one ambush. 2 weeks later, another 4 on the street in a week. Then my second in command and 3 of my best NCOs in one armored truck were blown sky high. All this in 3 months. So we were pulled out. I was moved to a staff job at NATO, relieved of my command, in fact. So I sent in my papers, and they were accepted. I sort of slunk out.
Were you yourself wounded or injured?
No, not a scratch.
Do you believe the catastrophe, as you called it, was your fault?
I don't know. I've chewed it over, God, have I not? Do you think there is such a thing as pure and simple bad luck?
Why not? I have come across it.
Pride must have a fall, right? I was proud. Vainly proud? Not proud enough, perhaps. Had I set things in motion in such a way that they'd turn against me? I can't see that I did. I can see that I'd lost my grip a bit, though. I had become a bit remote, I suppose. And a battalion commander can't be even slightly remote. At least not under the conditions of the Ulster War, he can't. Perhaps if I'd been more on the ball, I could have prevented some of the beastliness. I don't know, but because I wasn't spot on the ball, when the bad luck rolled in, it swept me away. Do I make sense?
A type of sense, yes.
I suppose it was because I was unburdening my dreams on you that I wanted to cry.
You did cry also. Why, I am not sure. But let us keep to your history and not sidetrack. My last tour of duty wasn't a success either. But to what does that either refer?
To the whole shooting match. Making a general nonsense of things. Personal failure.
Are you married, Harry?
And there's that. I married 15 years ago. We divorced by mutual consent 5 years ago. We have a daughter of 13.
Do you see your daughter?
Now and again, by kind permission of her mother.
And her? Your ex-wife, do you still see her?
Oh, yes. In a way, we're quite good pals. She considers me a bit of a joke, has for a long time. I married above my station, as we used to say. I suppose that makes her feel superior.
Do you mean that she is of a higher class than you?
You know what class is in England. I came from the lower middle. My dad was a local council clerk. I married Lady Monica Grant, the daughter of an earl. So it was Captain Meadows and Lady Monica, who happens to be Mrs. Meadows.
Well, tell me something of your marriage.
God knows why I ever thought it could have worked. I don't think Monica believes it ever would. She's a very, how can I put it, physical, passionate, strongly sexed lady. And she had a sexual crush on me. So did I on her, only not so much. But you can't keep that sort of thing up forever. If you'll excuse the innuendo. I suppose we had a good run for our money.
Has she remarried?
Funnily enough, she hasn't. I don't know what she does for mail company. She lives at home and there's no evidence of lovers there. Not when I visit, at least.
Does it worry you, the idea of lovers?
Good Lord, no. Although I am concerned for Patience, my daughter's feelings. Lovers all over Rushforth Park when she's there would not be a good thing, would it?
Oh, children suffer far worse at come through. Rushforth Park is a large house?
Very. A sort of castle. Monica's father is dead, her mother not. She really does despise me, always has. She's the Dowager Countess. And she lives at Rushforth along with the present Earl and his family. There's plenty of room. Monica and Mary, her mum, have a wing to themselves. Self-contained.
And you visit this place still?
When Patience is on holiday. I have to. It's the only way I can get to see her. And even then it isn't plain sailing. The last time was a couple of months ago.
The Dowager Countess and Lady Monica will be down in a few minutes. They told me to say so.
Thanks, Atwell. How are things?
Fine, Colonel, thank you.
Still fitting in all right?
I hope so, sir.
Is Miss Patience about?
I don't know, sir.
You haven't seen her?
No, sir. I believe she's with the Bartons at Mallet, sir.